afternoon to you and welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate. This being the afternoon of the 6th of April, the year is 2022. This broadcast is brought to you courtesy of Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in conjunction with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. You can also follow up on this live broadcast on our YouTube channel, that is on Senate of Kenya, as well as on KBC Channel 1. My name is Gladys Mungai, and I'll be taking you through the highlights in the order of business this afternoon. The Senate is set to consider a couple of bills as well as motions. Pursuant to Standing Orders number 159, the amendments of the National Assembly on the Mental Health Bill, this being Bill number 28 of the year 2020, will be considered by the Senate. The Landlord and Tenant Bill is also another bill that has been lined up for debate following the interruption of this particular debate on the 23rd of February 2020 during a morning sitting. Another motion that has been lined up before the floor this afternoon is the adoption of the report of the Session Committee on the County Public Accounts, as well as investment on the consideration of the reports of the Auditor General for the financial statements, and this is for various county executives for the financial year 2018-2019. These particular reports will be tabled by the Chairperson Sessional Committee on the county public accounts as well as matters investment. The House will also be debating the reports by the Standing Committee on the Health on matters special audit on the utilization of COVID-19 funds by 28 county governments. And this particular motion is by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Matters Health. The Senate will then move into the Committee of the Whole, where the Committee of the Whole will be considering a couple of bills. And to just mention just a number of the bills that will be considered before the Committee of the Whole is the Intergovernmental Relations, this being Bill number 37 of 2021 of the Senate. The Law of Succession Amendment Bill, Bill number 15 of the year 2021, by nominated Senator Abshiro Halake, is also another bill that the Senate will resume debate on this afternoon. The Preservation of Human Dignity and Enforcement of Economics, as well as Social Rights Bill, this being a bill by Abshiro Halake again, Bill number 21 of the year 2020. Also, under the Committee of the Whole, the House will be considering the Lifestyle Audit Bill, Bill number 36 of the year 2021 by Senator Farhia Haji. The Street Vendors of Livelihood Bill and the Special Needs Education Bill are the last bills that will be considered under the Committee of the Whole. The Sugar Bill, this being a bill originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 68 of the year 2019, is a bill that will be debated before the floor this afternoon. The Irrigation Amendment Bill and the Elections Amendment Bill number 3. This is a bill from the Senate, Bill number 48 of the year 2021 by Senator for Nyeri County, Senator Ephraim Maina, is also another bill that has been lined up for debate before the floor this afternoon. The Senator for Vihiga County, Senator George Haniri, will pursuant to Standing Orders number 47 subsection 1 be making a statement regarding the pollution of River Mara. Nominated Senator Naomi Shionga will pursuant to Standing Orders 48 subsection 1 be seeking a statement, and this particular statement will be from the Standing Committee on Matters Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, and the statement is in regards to the report of the food crisis in the country. And this particular statement has been necessitated by the high cost of living that have seen the prices of food stuff skyrocket currently in the market. Eleven reports from the office of the
Honorable Senators, wacheni tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utujalie tuyatende na kuyafikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, we have communication. Honorable Senators, as you are aware, on Tuesday, 29th March 2022, I issued a communication conveying the decision of the Senate Business Committee on the application of Part 29A of the Standing Orders regarding hybrid virtual plenary sitting. The effect of the communication was to suspend hybrid virtual plenary sitting with effect from 31st March 2022. Honorable Senators, owing to the urgency and the importance of the business pending before the Senate, and notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate Business Committee that I have alluded to, I have again consulted the Senate Business Committee pursuant to Standing Order 251A, 1A, to reverse the decision in respect of tomorrow's sitting, Thursday, 7th April 2022. In this regard, I hereby direct that tomorrow's sitting, Thursday, 7th April 2022, be hybrid. This will enable senators who are out of town to participate in the plenary sitting. I thank you. Next order.
Order number.
Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Senator Ephraim?
Well, I appreciate your communication. I'm just wondering, is this hybrid, is it just for tomorrow? because I'm about to suggest you are aware of the temperament in the country in regard to what they call something for scamming elections, and most senators may be obliged to be sometimes not be able to be in the House. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking, couldn't we continue with this hybrid, to the head of this Parliament, to the head of the Senate, Mr. Speaker? And again, nobody can say that COVID has gone. COVID has not gone yet. We are still told to be putting masks. We have been warned that, okay, you may remove mask when you are a bit of a distance, but continue putting mask, washing your hands, and the other protocols. Therefore, because of that and the temperament in the country regarding elections, couldn't it be better that we carry on with the business in the hybrid system?
Senator George Henry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have had a look at the relevant standing order. That is standing order number 251, paragraph A. Mr. Speaker, although the standing order expressly says that it is you, in consultation with the Senate Business Committee, I think I want to really second, as you deliberate on this with your Business Committee, I want to fully second and support the proposal made by Engineer Ephraim Maina, the Senator for Nyeri. Mr. Speaker, yes, COVID is not gone completely, as he has stated. For that reason, I think we can still apply this particular provision, but more importantly, it is the times that we are in. Mr. Speaker, we are headed for elections. Parties are having their nominations around this time round. There's very serious business to be transacted. People want to be in their various constituencies and their various counties for the party primaries and the campaigns. And at the same time, they want to participate in the matters in the Senate. So I want to plead with you, Mr. Speaker, even as you go to deliberate on this with the Senate Business Committee, to consider virtual sitting for the remainder of this session, so that maybe the normal sittings can start in the new session. So I really want to fully support what Engineer Ephraim Maina has said. But secondly, I had wanted to raise on a point whether the order paper for the day has not been posted on our tablets, so we can't follow what's happening, Mr. Speaker. Can you order that the order paper be posted? Senator Faria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I normally sit in this House most of the time, and from what I have observed, if we say a full House sitting, we might never get a quorum to transact any business in this House. And as you appreciate, this is not a House where whoever the number of people, majority of people who are in the House can vote on any matter. It is specific with specific numbers, and given what both Senator Khaniri and Senator Engineer Maina have, reaffirmed, that I think the hybrid system would work better for this House at this time, in terms of the political time. So I think I urge Senate Business, together with the Speaker, to recede their decision in terms of having a hybrid sitting. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Petronia Lawere.
Thank you, Chair. Much has been said in support. I just want to agree with my colleagues and especially the whip, who knows how difficult it is to whip members to get the numbers when there is a vote. If we resort to only physical sitting, has already expressed her frustration. There is no one better than her to express that frustration. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it's our new reality. COVID brought in some other good things, like the virtual sitting, so that members, wherever they are able to participate, especially in this period where we are focused more on campaigns. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, to avoid you writing letters, communication from the chair every time there'll be sittings, you'll have to be writing communication from the chair. It's a cumbersome process. So I agree that we resort to hybrid sitting for the remainder of this session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senators. I have heard you. The hybrid sitting, it's for tomorrow. Concerning what members have raised, the concern is that we are going to deliberate with the Senate Business Committee and make the decision accordingly. I order that the order paper be posted on our gadgets. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 6th April 2022. The Public Finance Management National Government Amendment Regulations 2022, the Public Finance Management County Government Amendment Regulation 2015, Report of Auditor General on the Financial Statement of Nyandarua County Emergency Fund for the year ended 30th June 2019, Report of Auditor General on the Financial Statement of Nyandarua County Executive Committee members car loan and mortgage scheme fund for the year ended 30th June 2019, Report of Auditor General on the Financial Statement of Nakuru County Executive Car Loan and Mortgage Staff Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th June 2020, Report of Auditor General on the Financial Statement of Samburu County Bursaries Fund for the year ended 30th June 2020, Report of Auditor General on the Financial Statement of Kericho County Executive Staff Mortgage Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th June 2020, Report of Auditor General on the Financial Statement of Kericho County Assembly Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th June 2020. Report of Auditor General on the Financial Statement of Amatsi Water Service Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2020. Report of Auditor General on the Financial Statement of Homa Bay County Water and Sanitation Company Limited for the year ended 30th June 2020. I thank you.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture. Is there a member of Agriculture who is here? Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 6th April 2022. Report of Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bills number 55 of 2021. Thank you.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health. Any member of Health Committee? Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 6th April 2022. Report of Standing Committee on Health on the consideration of amendments passed by the National Assembly to the Mental Health Amendment Bill 2020. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, we have communication on visiting staff from Murang'a County Assembly. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of visiting staff from Murang'a County Assembly. The delegation from Murang'a County Assembly is at the Senate for a one-week benchmarking visit. I request each member of the delegation from Murang'a County Assembly to stand when called out so that they can be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. They are Murang'a County Assembly 1, Mr. Ruben Minor, Clerk Assistant. 2, Ms. Damaris Kimani, Clerk Assistant. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Senator Gertrude Msuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to join you in welcoming the delegation from Murang'a County to come and benchmark in the Senate for 1 week. And indeed, this is very good because they're going to have hands-on with regards to legislation and seeing what exactly happens in the House. I know when it comes to issues of counties, the Senate, we are a serious House, and we are keen about ensuring that the devolution works and we serve members of counties. Our core business is to represent the interests of the counties and ensure that the service delivery in the county. So there's need also for them to interact with with us and see how we do our businesses. And I wish Senator Kangata was here to also see members from Murang'a County coming to benchmark with us. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I join you in this. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Senator George Haniri.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I rise pursuant to the provisions of our standing orders, number 47, in particular paragraph 1, to make a statement regarding the level of pollution in the Mara River. Mr. Speaker, the Mara River flows nearly 400 kilometers from the Kenya highlands to Lake Victoria, crossing through the Masai Mara National Reserve in Kenya and the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania. Approximately 60% is located in Kenya and 40% in Tanzania. Mr. Speaker, it provides the only permanent source of water for the largest remaining overland migration in the world of 1.2 million wildebeests, and it sustains large populations of many other wildlife species such as hippopotamus and fish. The river also provides water for nearly 1 million people living in the river basin. Mr. Speaker, recently, due to water pollution, hippos in the Mara River are appearing to have peeling skins, and discoloration, a condition scientists call leucism. It is not only the hippos which are affected by this pollution, but also the fish are dying in their thousands, the wildebeest and humans. The water in the Mara River is so polluted that even grazing cows only smell it and walk away without drinking, no matter their thirst. If this is the case, imagine the condition that the hippos and wildebeest and the fish have to endure. Mr. Speaker, besides the poor water conditions, hippos have over time been forced to gather in enclosed areas and small pools because of the increasing number of hotels and tented camps in the Masai Mara National Reserve. These hotels and camps have occupied their habitats and pools, and now the hippos have been pushed into the rivers, which are already reeling from the effects of climate change and human activities upstream. There are over 200 hotels and camps in the entire Masai Mara National Reserve, most of which are discharging untreated waste into the Mara River. These hotels and camps are rarely monitored by the relevant government agencies for compliance, yet some of them are discharging raw waste, even going to the extent of throwing inorganic waste into the river. Mr. Speaker, according to the Water Resource Users Association, WRUA, other activities that have caused pollution in the Mara River are the use of fertilizers, insecticides, and other agrochemicals upstream, clearing of vegetation in the Mao forest, and sand harvesting. Some farmers have also been using water from the Mara River tributaries for irrigation, leading to low water volumes. The level of pollution has increased over the years due to urbanization and the growing human population. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Environment Programme Global Environment Alerts Services has repeatedly warned that the pollution of the Mara River and its tributaries threatens the iconic wildebeest migration and is likely to reduce tourism in the Mara-Serengeti region. Many wildebeest populations are in drastic decline across the region. Their dispersal areas and migratory corridors are being lost due to high human population densities, increasing urbanization, expanding agriculture, and fences. This is quite disheartening, as the loss of this wildebeest will contribute to biodiversity decline and jeopardize tourism in Kenya and other ecosystem services. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the Worldwide Fund for Nature says in a report released last year that fish are being driven to extinction in the Mara River Basin, putting the livelihoods of more than 1 million people in Kenya and Tanzania in jeopardy. The collective pollution threatens Lake Victoria, which receives water from the Mara River. Mr. Speaker, we need to protect one of the greatest wonders of the world, the only witnessed largest wildlife migration on the planet Earth. How embarrassing would it be for Kenya to lose this wonder due to our carelessness? It is time for the relevant authorities such as NEMA to act. Waste disposal methods can be formulated and implemented in the Mara to ensure that no waste whatsoever is getting into the river. Water catchment strategies can also be implemented so as to ensure that the humans living in or visiting the Mara do not utilize water from the river but have other sources of water. This will enable good cohabitation between both the humans and the wildlife. Farmers who are farming there can also use eco-friendly fertilizers such that even in the case of soil erosion, the animals do not pay the price of our mistakes. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, if we do not act as soon as now, not only will it have a negative effect on our tourism sector, but on our economy. Mr. Speaker, we need to get serious and do better at preserving our ecosystems and our environments, failure to which our future generation will suffer for our ignorance. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Haniri. Senator Mwaruma.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa muda umenipatia. ili kuchangia hii statement ambayo imetolewa na Senator wa Vihiga, Senator George Kaniri, inayohusu mambo ya Mto Mara na kivutio cha Mara. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni jambo la kutia moyo kwamba kuna watu Kenya bado wanathamini utamaduni wetu na wanathamini mbuga za wanyama kama kivutio kikuu cha utalii. Mheshimiwa Kaniri ameangazia swala la uchafuzi wa Mto Mara, ambao huu uchafuzi unapelekea kumaliza kivutio ambacho ni hiyo Mara migration. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kusema kwamba ni jambo la kutia moyo kwamba kuna wananchi bado wanaona kuna umuhimu wa utalii na zile pesa zinazokuja kutokana na utalii. Na ningependa kusema kwamba serikali pia ni lazima ijifunge kibwebwe na iangalie kwamba kuna wananchi wanaoangazia umuhimu wa utalii, na wao pia watie bidii zaidi ili kuzuia yale matukio ambayo yanazuia uendelezaji ama maendeleo ya wananchi wenyewe kwa sababu ya kukinzana kwa wanyama pori na wananchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiongea hivyo ni kwa sababu ile pesa inayokuja kutokana na Mara ni pesa nyingi sana, hasa kwa kaunti ya Narok. Ningependa kusema kwamba kaunti zingine pia zisaidiwe ili mbuga za wanyama zithibitiwe na wanyama pori wasiingie maeneo ya wananchi, kwa sababu kuna wananchi tayari wanaangalia umuhimu wa vivutio vya utalii kutokana na wanyama pori. Basi pia serikali ijizatiti kupunguza hii tunayoita human wildlife conflict. Mheshimiwa Spika, tulikuwa Geneva kwa Conference of Parties, na kule Geneva watu waliamua ama ulimwengu wote uliamua kwamba kupunguza human wildlife conflict kunahitaji mambo mawili, Mheshimiwa Spika. La kwanza ni kujenga nyaya za stima ili kuweka baria kati ya wananchi na ama kuweka waya kati ya wananchi na wanyamapori. La pili lilikuwa ni kulipa fidia kwa wakati unaofaa. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, tulipitisha hapa katika Senate mswada ambao unaitwa Wildlife Management Act Amendment Bill, ambayo tuliangazia kitu cha kwanza kilikuwa ni kulipa fidia kwa wakati unaofaa. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiongea saizi kuna watu ambao ng'ombe zao zimeliwa na wanyamapori, chakula yao imeliwa na wanyamapori miaka mingi iliyopita, kuanzia 2013, 2014 na mpaka sasa hawajalipwa fidia. Langu ni kuuliza serikali ya kwamba tunafurahia ule ushuru tunaopata kutokana na utalii unaoletwa na wanyamapori, lakini pia na wao wajizatiti ili kusaidia watu wetu wawekewe hizo nyaya za stima kuzuia maangamizi yanayotokana na mbuga za wanyama, na pia walipwe fidia kwa wakati unaofaa. Katika ule mkutano uliokuwa Geneva, Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wa SADC countries ambao South Africa, Botswana na Mozambique walisema kwamba wanataka wakubaliwe kuuza pembe za ndovu ili walipe fidia watu wao kwa wakati unaofaa. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ule mkutano ulikataa kwa sababu ingepelekea kuuawa kwa ndovu zaidi, kwa sababu ni vigumu kutambua kama hizi pembe za ndovu zinatokana na wanyama waliokufa wenyewe ama kama wameuawa. Katika huo mkutano pia Japan iliulizia ikubaliwe kununua pembe za ndovu ambao wamekufa wenyewe, lakini pia ulimwengu ulikataa kufanya hivyo kwa sababu ingekuwa kama incentive ya kufanya kuua ndovu zaidi. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru kwa hii statement na ningechangia kwamba tuendelee kulinda wanyama wetu kwa sababu ni kivutio kizuri cha ushuru unaotokana na utalii, lakini pia serikali jizatiti ifunge buti ili kuzuia hiyo hasara inayoletwa na wanyama pori. Kwetu kule Taita Taveta, wananchi wa Taita Taveta ni watu wenye bidii, ni watu wanalima, ni watu wanafuga ng'ombe, na tuko na rangeland zaidi ya 1.4 million acres, lakini hatupati faida yoyote kwa sababu wanyama pori wanakula ng'ombe, wanakula mbuzi, wanakula chakula ya wananchi na hakuna fidia inakuja. Mwaka uliopita tulisukuma kidogo tukapata milioni 20 ya fidia, lakini tunadai zaidi ya milioni 200 kutokana na serikali ya Kenya ambayo hawataki kulipa wananchi wetu. Na hata kuna mtu mmoja ambaye alisema anasimama saizi useneta, anasema yeye akiingia useneta atakuwa anaua ndovu kwa sababu anafikiria kwamba tukiua ndovu ndio tutapata manufaa, lakini ukweli ni kwamba ndovu ni utamaduni wetu. It's part of our national heritage. Kwa hivyo mimi napenda kusema kwamba serikali lazima ifunge buti ili kutusaidia kwa hii human wildlife conflict. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Asante Senator Mwaruma, na wale ambao nitakaopatia fursa waongee kwa muda mchache ndio tuweze kujadili haya maneno mengine yaliyoko. Na nakubaliana na Mwaruma ya kwamba jambo la fidia limekuwa ni swala nyeti, na si wanyama peke yake wanaoshambuliwa, na si mimea peke yake wale wanyama wa porini wanashambulia hata binadamu. Ukitembea sehemu nyingine hata Laikipia unapata kilio ni hicho na hakuna kufidiwa. Senator Sylvia Kasanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my views and thoughts on Senator Haniri's statement, and I want to wish him well in his bid for the governor seat of Vihiga County. Mr. Speaker, this is a very critical statement, and issues of, our rivers and the cleanliness of our rivers, not just affecting wildlife, but also affecting us as the population of this country are so critical. We've dealt with this significantly also at committee, and for those of us who participated in the climate change conversations, these are conversations that have been had even in the committees while we were at COP26, that it is high time that we prioritize the cleaning up of our rivers, because we are really, really killing our own livelihoods and those of the futures of our population. And it's interesting now when I read this statement that the water pollution is so bad that even the animals are getting affected. So clearly it is not even fit for human consumption for that matter, or even for the plants and the flora and the fauna around these rivers. And then, you wonder, in a country like ours, 200 hotels and camps that are discharging untreated waste into the Mara River. I mean, how can that happen? Yet we are not at loss for laws. We have watchdogs like NEMA who are there. How can this, how can this be overlooked? It's a very serious situation. There's so many interventions that are there currently in this country that can save these, companies and hotels from discharging untreated waste into the Mara River. We have very good, biodigesters that can be used, for such purposes that are currently in use in this country. And so it's not even a question of policy, it's not even a question of law, it becomes a question of implementation. Where are the people who are supposed to oversee that, companies can adhere to the standards that are set for some of these things? It's really a travesty. And when it comes to issues of fertilizers, insecticides, and agrochemicals, again, Kenya, we have ratified a lot of protocols, to do with climate change and to do with, making sure our food production follows certain kinds of, fertilizers and insecticides and things like that. And these are things that we just need the people who are supposed to be working to make sure that Kenyans are doing the right things are just working. It seems like something happened somewhere and we don't have any more people going out there to make sure Kenyans are doing what needs to be done. And it is really, really a sad thing, Madam Speaker. So I just want to appreciate, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I just want to appreciate this statement and the weight of it. and to realize that, the more we become urbanized, and the more we are not planning also for our wildlife corridors. And I can tell you this because here in Kitengela, where I reside, the corridors from the Nairobi National Park into the wildlife conservancies that are within the Machakos area, those corridors have been blocked. So you find the animals cannot move around again. And this is the cost of urbanization and not planning for how human beings and animals coexist. Yet we know how much as a country we value our wildlife, how much it brings into our country as an income earner. And again, that goes to our planning people in our urban centers. While they're planning these things, what happens when you consider, why are we not prioritizing this relationship between human beings and the animals and how they can coexist for the betterment of our country? So I want to thank Senator Vihiga for this statement. I appreciate it, and I truly hope that the next government that we are going to form in Azimio, we shall look into these things because these are questions of implementation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Senator Gertrude Msuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this statement by Senator Haniri. And I thank him for bringing this statement on the floor of this House. And the Honorable Speaker, when it comes to issues of water, water is life, and the sources of water must be cherished. The sources of water must be protected because there's very many parts of this country that do not have water. Like it is very clear that even in some parts of Nairobi, Northeastern and all over, people will talk about water not being there. So there's need for sources of water to actually be protected, enhanced, and to ensure that the sources of water are also being utilized well, because Mara is a source of water and water is life. And when we look at the statement of Senator Haniri, one is left to ask, what are the ecosystem services available in Kenya, in county governments? We are bound to question, they need to even investigate the ecosystem services that are there in the counties, the ecosystem services that ensure the well-being of plants, the well-being of animals, the well-being of human beings, and the well-being of everything, Honorable Speaker, because human beings coexist with also other animals, and even animals have their own benefits when you look at the tourist industry. And also, Honorable Speaker, when we talk of pollution of our water, we're also looking at the fish farmers being affected negatively. And when it comes to fish industry, it is a good source of employment to very many Kenyans, young and old. And also when it comes to food security, fish comes in very handily, and it is a good source of protein. So I want to say, not only protein, Honorable Speaker, even oils and all that, Honorable Speaker. So there's need to investigate thoroughly to ensure that the Mara is not being polluted, and not only the Mara, there are also many other, sources of water that are being polluted by human waste, by industries, and all that. So we must actually come out clearly to defend Article 43D of our Constitution that talks about water, not only water but clean water, because even when there's provision of water and it is not clean, then it means that it will have negative impact on human beings, it will have negative impact on animals, it will have negative impact on our plants, Honorable Speaker. So this is a statement that is of great concern, and it needs to be given the urgent treatment that it deserves, Honorable Speaker. I support this statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Statement by Senator Naomi Shionga has been deferred on her request. Senator Msuruve, on your statement.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity and to make a statement. I have two statements, Honorable Speaker, that have been that were provided since last week. I start with a statement on a topic of regional concern. Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 47-1 to make a statement on a matter of regional concern, namely the entry of the Democratic Republic of Congo, that is DRC, into the East African Community, EAC. On Tuesday, 29th March 2022, during the 19th Extraordinary Summit of the EAC, Heads of State and Government chaired by Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta virtually, the vast Central African country with a 90 million strong population and a gross domestic product of $54.8 billion was formally admitted to the EAC, making the bloc one of the largest trading areas on the continent. DRC now becomes the 7th member state of the East African Community. Honorable Speaker, sir, DRC's entry into the bloc has long been overdue, as since 2019, the DRC has been keen to join the EAC in the hope of improving its trade and political ties with its East African neighbors. Her intention to join the community is not by default. DRC shares borders with the 5 EAC partner states, namely Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, and South Sudan. DRC is one of the richest countries in terms of natural resources in Africa. It has copper, cobalt, zinc, coltan, cassiterite, gold, bauxite, diamond, oil, and gas. The DRC is considered to be the richest country in the world in reference to natural resources. Her untapped deposits of raw materials are estimated to be worth in excess of US dollars 24 trillion. DRC is called the national zoo of the world because it provides habitat to a large number of animals, birds, reptiles, insects, and so on. Honorable Speaker, this rich economic background of DRC has implications that her inclusion as a member state of East African Community will boost trade in the region and foster employment and business opportunities in the East African region. The inclusion of DRC Congo's consumer market of close to 90 million people will expand the East African Community market to almost 300 million and open the bloc to the Congolese economy, which is rich in all kinds of natural resources. The bloc's common market, which groups 177 million people, provides for free movement of goods, people, labor, services, and capital among partner states of Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. Honorable Speaker, the inclusion of DRC necessitates a framework of economic cooperation that will safeguard its trade in East Africa. Currently, most of the goods imported by DRC are from outside East Africa, from countries such as Zambia and Asia. Congo will provide a corridor for East African nations along the Indian Ocean coastline to connect to the Atlantic Ocean, opening a window to increase intra-African trade. The East African community now spans from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean, making the region competitive and easy to access the larger African Continental Free Trade Area, that is AFCATA, with lower tariffs on goods and the removal of trading restrictions among partner states. It is anticipated that goods and services will move more freely. With a larger market, manufacturers in the EAC, whether large, small, or medium-scale enterprises, will benefit from economies of scale, making them increasingly efficient and competitive. Honorable Speaker, with the benefits of EAC bloc stands to gain with this member entry, security concerns are still high in the DRC, especially in the restrictive eastern part, which may discourage trade and investments. And this calls for functional strategies by the entire bloc to guarantee long-term peace, which in turn will boost cross-border trade. Honorable Speaker, as the legal processes of inclusion and ratification continue, there are challenges of language barrier that needs to be realized and redefined to be mixed blessings of opportunity. English and Kiswahili are currently the official languages of EAC. DRC's official language is multilingual, that is Swahili, French, Lingala, Kikongo, and Shiluba. The issue of language necessitates introduction of another EAC official language, that is French, which is used in Congo, Rwanda, and Burundi as well. This is a windfall for language experts on the inclusion of DRC. There is need to encounter the use of French as an official language in order to add to the two already formal languages in use. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I wish the DRC the best and hope that this admission will provide an opportunity to entrench peace and security in DRC. It is without doubt that the DRC is a desirable addition and all EAC members stand to benefit from its admission. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, kindly allow me, I have another statement.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My second statement, Honorable Speaker, is on the International Day of Sports for Development and Peace. Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 47-1 to make a statement on a matter of general topical concern, namely the International Day of Sports for Development and Peace. Honorable Speaker, International Day of Sports for Development and Peace takes place annually on 6th of April. The day presents an opportunity to recognize the positive role sports and physical activity play in communities and in people's lives across the globe. Sports has power to change the world. It is a fundamental right and a powerful tool to strengthen social ties and promote sustainable development and peace, as well as solidarity and respect for all. Indeed, sports is ideally positioned to contribute towards the United Nations objective for development and peace. To raise awareness of this potential, 6th April was declared as the International Day of Sports for Development and Peace by the UN in its resolution 67-96, establishing the day. Honorable Speaker, in recognition of sports' broad influence, the global theme of this year is securing a sustainable and peaceful future for all. That is the contribution of sports, which creates an opportunity for the day's celebration to promote the use of sports as a tool to advance human rights and sustainable development. Under this theme, UN headquarters in New York will recognize the role of sports in addressing the climate crisis and will highlight actions to lower greenhouse gas emissions and mitigate against climate change. Honorable Speaker, sports is in a unique position to display leadership, to take responsibility for its carbon footprint, engage in a climate neutral journey, incentivize action beyond the sporting sector, and play a major role in amplifying the awareness among its billions of spectators, facilitators, and participants at all levels. With the need for urgent action growing more dire every day, the relationship between sport and climate must be better understood, and ways of developing policies and taking concrete action to help reverse the impact of climate change through sports must be communicated to as wide an audience as possible. Honorable Speaker, sports has immense benefits, including individual development, health promotion and disease prevention, promotion of gender equality, peace building and conflict prevention, resolution, economic development, communication, and social mobilization, among other benefits. Sports has proven to be a cost-effective and flexible tool in promoting peace and development, and is also an important enabler of sustainable development. It also empowers men, youth, women, and persons with disabilities at individual level. Honorable Speaker, as we join the rest of the world in commemorating of this important day, I would like to acknowledge and celebrate all the men and women who have flown the flag of Kenya high in sports. Some of these personalities are Paul Telgat, Henry Wanyoike, Catherine Dereba, the late Samuel Wanjiro, Edwin Kipchumba, Betty Cheriot, Alfred Diego, Veronica Wanjiro, among other athletes. We have also had famous rally drivers in Kenya worth celebrating, including the likes of Patrick Njiru, Joginda Singh, Sheikh Ameta, and so on. Famous swimmers such as David Danford, Acheng Ajulu, Nancy Lagat, as well as famous footballers like the late Joe Kadenge, Musa Otieno, Victor Wanyama, McDonald Mariga, and so on are worth celebrating. Our Hall of Fame would not be complete without celebrating rugby players on this day, including Collins Injera, Humphrey Kayange, the late Benjamin Aimba, Felix Ayange, Kenny Adola, and so on. Last but not least, I must celebrate the late Emily Ayoti Kubasu, mother to Senator Sakaja, a track legend who won medals in the 100-meter sprint for Kenya in the 1960s and 70s. As we mark this day, I would like to urge both levels of government to invest more resources in the different categories of sports in order to identify, tap, and nurture the talents of the many young men and women who are passionate about sports. I urge the government to ensure that the functions and roles of Sports Kenya, as established by the Sports Act 2013, are fully devolved in order to promote sports tourism at grassroots level. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and happy belated International Day of Sports for Development, everyone.
Senator Johnson Sakaja. And I didn't know how you're sporting now, I know.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very grateful to Senator Musuruve. You've had in her list, she has mentioned sporting greats who have made our country proud. And I'm grateful to her that this time she has mentioned the late Emily Ayoti Kubasu, my mom. My mother used to run for this country, short distances, represented Kenya in the Commonwealth Games. In 1971, she won medals, gold, silver. And amongst her contemporaries were Alice Adala, who is still there, the sister to our president, Jenny McKenna, who is still there, and we are still in touch. And she's the mother of Jomo Geshaga. There are very many of them who, Mr. Speaker, at their time, you know, without the technology that we might have for training, without the kind of facilities, went out of their way to put Kenya on the global map. Incidentally, she has also mentioned McDonald Mariga, who I was with this morning as we met the people of Kibra, Langata, and Dagoretti South, together with some of our football legends of FC Leopards, including Murila and the rest. The former internationals, they are going to Arusha in the next few days. Mr. Speaker, sports must always be seen as indeed a very serious frontier for economic development in our country. And I'm glad that I am the chair of the committee in charge of that. You've just said you're wondering why I'm sporty. It's because of that great heritage. Not only was my mother representing Kenya in the short distances, and Amos Wako knew her very well, but also my father played football and ended up being treasurer of KFF. So we are from a sporting family. These days I run, but I run for office, not, not athletically, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, as I've said, there are many efforts we're putting to really improve sports. And in the city of Nairobi, I want to thank my colleagues here because we brought the matter of Dandora Stadium, which had stalled. And Mr. Speaker, through the Senate and through the resolution, and I must thank the SDC who is here, Ms. Gishangi, because I really pushed her to make sure that the Senate resolution is sent promptly to the county government of Nairobi, and I thank you, SDC, so that that stadium is completed. The young people in Dandora, in Embakasi North need that facility, and I'm glad that they're engaging the contractor. We hope that it is completed in due time. I went there with Senator Omanga and we said we shall do the swearing in. This incoming women rep of Nairobi, we said the swearing in of the governor will be there. Mr. Speaker, a lot of the places in our city today, you find our young people are idle. They have gone back to crime. In fact, I know some of the boys who were killed, who used to play. There are 12 teams around Embakasi North because of that stadium not being operational. I'm glad the former governor did Camp Toyoyo,
which is providing, engagement in Makadara. We have another 10 grounds that need to be done, Mr. Speaker. From Umeme grounds in Ziwani to Woodley grounds in Kibra constituency. Mr. Speaker, Kawangware, I was just talking to the coach, he's called Chivoli of Westlands Youth Sports Association. Mr. Speaker, I have a group of hundreds of reformed young men from Kayole and Coach Shuba who have left crime, they have come back to society, and it's because of sports. We cannot underrate the place of sports in our society, and that is something that we've pledged to make sure that is done. Finally, Mr. Speaker, one way of honoring these greats is by immortalizing their memory. Mr. Speaker, when the late Joe Kadenge passed on, a promise was made that the county government will rename City Stadium to be called Joe Kadenge Stadium. That has not been done. And I just want to assure those people who agreed with that decision, people of Nairobi, those who know his history and what he's done for this country. I remember we'd go for a lot of sporting events together with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, who's patron of Gor Mahia, and I'd go with him as patron of AFC Leopards. Together with Joe Kadenge, he'd make sure all the time we must pick Joe Kadenge. Mr. Speaker, we shall rename City Stadium in the next 4 months, God willing, if the people of Nairobi choose me to be governor. Because we must immortalize the memory of those who not only played, but contributed to the growth of sports in our country. We've seen what's happened with soccer. We really tried to salvage it. The cabinet secretary decided to take action as she did. We wanted to engage. I don't know if my vice chair implemented the resolution we had passed because she ignored summons from this house. This house was not trying to stop any action against the FKF. But what we wanted, Mr. Speaker, was there not to be a witch hunt and for us to abide by the rules of FIFA that are there. There's a reason why we live around rules. Right now, with that indefinite ban, an indefinite suspension, in fact, a time-based ban is better than an indefinite one. There are very many people, from referees to the players to those who even want to, go to play in other countries, who are negatively affected by Kenya being banned by FIFA. And I hope it's something that we can be able to address and resolve. Of course, we want our sports and our soccer to be solved, our football to be solved at whatever cost it takes, because there was a lot of rot in the management. But, Mr. Speaker, you do not cut off your nose to spite your face. You do not throw out the baby with the water. You make sure that any intervention is done in as much as it's for the long-term good, but even in the short term, we secure the livelihoods of our young people. Mr. Speaker, we strangled and slaughtered the goose that lays the golden duck in the name of SportPesa. SportPesa was actually, engaging so many of our teams and our clubs. I remember as AFC Leopards, we would get 65 million. That would cater for salaries, would cater for allowances. Gor Mahia was getting, they were sponsoring the league. But now, Mr. Speaker, because of a dispute, that is no longer happening, Mr. Speaker. So we need to be able to be pragmatic when we balance whether it is tax interest with actual companies and private sector that are going a long way in helping our sporting team. So I thank Senator Musuruve. I think she is the senator with a calendar, because she remembers all international days. International Day of Sports, of the Girl Child, of the whatnot. So please keep it up and keep reminding us that we are not in a vacuum. There are certain days that are set aside for the world to not just remember, but to refocus energy and, activities towards a certain area. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And now you don't have to wonder anymore why I love sports. Thank you.
Asante, Senator Sakaja. Ulipokuwa ukisema kwamba utabadilisha uga wa City Stadium uite Joe Kadenge, niliona Mwaruma akitingiza kichwa kukubaliana na wewe kabisa. I want to invite Senator Mwaruma to read his 3 statements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to go through my 3 statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the status of Nyangoro Water Project in Taita Taveta County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state whether the project was tendered, providing details of who won the award. 2, state the quoted cost of the project to completion. 3, give the status of the actual work done on the project, specifying the source of funds and the amount of funds spent. And 4, provide a detailed assessment of the source of water, tabling the quality test report by the Water Resource Authority, certifying the water as fit for human consumption. The second statement, Mr. Speaker, is on non-payment of claims by insurance companies. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding non-payment of claims by insurance companies, specifically those owed to Ms. Mary Ngina, the legal representatives of the estate of the late Godfrey Ngereri Kireti, despite a court decree on 14th October 2019. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the process of payment of claims by insurance company, especially in the circumstances where the principal member dies interstate. 2, state the reasons for the delay by the African Merchant Assurance Company, AMACO, of payment of claims due to Ms. Mary Ngina in her capacity as the legal representative of the estate of the late Godfrey Ngereri Kireti, pursuant to a declaratory suit in CMCC number 42-1 of 2019. Mary Ngina versus African Merchant Assurance Company Limited, AMACO. 3, state when the beneficiaries of the late Godfrey Ngereri Kireti will be paid. And 4, outline the targeted interventions the committee will take to ensure swift justice against companies such as AMACO, who deliberately delay to honor their obligations despite numerous attempts by victims to seek justice. Third statement, Mr. Speaker, is on the unfair dismissal from employment of Mr. Levins Mwanyalo by the former Provincial Administration and Internal Security Department. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to the Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the unfair dismissal from employment of Mr. Levins M. Mwanyalo, who was employed as a driver by the Office of the President in the Department of Provincial Administration and Interior in Taita District in 2008, personal file number 2008-17-2932, and dismissed in October 2013. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the process of dismissal of public officers, especially those employed by the Public Service Commission under the national government. 2, explain reasons for the dismissal of Mr. Mwanyalo, stating whether due process was followed. And 3, state when Mr. Mwanyalo will be reinstated and compensated for the wrongful dismissal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eric Omogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to support and make a comment on the statement that has been read by Senator Mwaruma on non-payment of insurance claims by a company by the name AMACO. Mr. Speaker, many years ago, this country enacted a compulsory third vehicle insurance cover by enacting Cap 4 or 5 laws of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of that particular legislation was to put in place a mechanism whereby people who are having either private or commercial vehicles would take insurance cover from reputable insurance companies so that in the event that an accident happens, like the one being referred to by Senator Mwaruma, the company would compensate the victim. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, in this country, it is illegal and it's a traffic offense if you drive a car without a third-party cover. So it's actually compulsory in our laws. But the problem that we have been facing for many years, Mr. Speaker, is that most insurance companies are incorporated to collect premiums from very unsuspecting business people, especially those in the matatu industry. And these premiums are diverted. People do investments using the premiums, and they leave the company, the insurance companies insolvent. In that, when claims are taken to court and judgments are issued against the insured person, the insurance companies are not able to pay that compensation and satisfy the court decrees, which really is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. I know people who have faced a lot of untold suffering because of the inability of insurance companies to make good judgments that are issued by our courts of law, which is really unfortunate. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you enter into a contract with a very innocent Kenyan, you receive their premiums, and the contract stipulates that in the event of an accident, you will compensate the victim, then I don't see the reason why the victim should not be compensated, like the ones that we are facing this afternoon from Mwaruma. And Mr. Speaker, oftentimes, these companies are owned by very well-connected Kenyans. Like I've had mention of the owners of Amaco are fairly rich people, highly connected politically in this country. They have used this, the money that has been paid by people who have taken insurance covers from these companies to become billionaires. But they cannot compensate poor Kenyans, like this particular claimant, Mr. Speaker. It's really unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know, I hope the committee that is going to address this matter will summon the Commission of Insurance to appear before the House and tell us how do they license companies like Amaco to continue operating, issuing insurance covers if they are not able to settle claims, Mr. Speaker. Because that person occupying that office of Commission of Insurance is the one who is supposed to protect public interest. And accidents do happen, Mr. Speaker. It could be you, it could be me. You could knock somebody tomorrow and 3 years down the line, you are faced with a court judgment running into several millions of shillings. And that's what has happened to many Kenyans. And the misfortune is that when the insurance company is not able to pay, the victims will come after your personal assets. So you'll find auctioneers on your door seeking to enforce those judgments if the insurance company is not able to pay. I want to make a request to the committee that will be tasked to look into this matter, to even summon the directors of Amaco Insurance Company to appear before that committee and to tell us whether they have the ability to continue running that company, whether the company's books reflect that the company is sound, so that we don't allow unsuspecting Kenyans to continue paying premiums to a company that is literally insolvent, that cannot meet its obligations under the Insurance Act. So I hope in pursuit of our mandate as legislators, people must act in the best interest of Kenyans. We should demand from the Commission of Insurance, Mr. Speaker, that companies that have been incorporated to give insurance covers but they are not able to demonstrate the financial ability to meet the claims arising from accident, should not be allowed to continue operating. We should close them up. Whether you are you have high connections politically, this is serious business. If you are not able to run your company in a way that it can meet its obligations, close shop, go home. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sakaja.
Mr. Speaker, there's a huge issue around insurance. I've been talking to a lot of, especially the PSV operators in Nairobi. Just recently, I was talking to Mrs. Mary Mwange. I'm sure you know what was called double M buses. The woes that are facing that sector are critical. Mr. Speaker, I understand insurance very well professionally, and it speaks to many issues, Mr. Speaker, including the kind of actuarial valuations being done for the premiums to be set, because people are looking just for business, yet are not able to properly underwrite a lot of this. Mr. Speaker, I'd like, of course, I've had speakers trying to get excited about one company. Mr. Speaker, it's a sector-wide issue that needs to really be looked at. Many of unsuspecting Kenyans, starting from brokerage, are paying premiums through brokers. Those premiums are not reflecting. And so when they get accidents, Mr. Speaker, you find that even the actual insurance company does not know the other person was not covered. They're printing fake stickers across the country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at many Kenyans unsuspectingly, on their windscreens, probably even colleagues in this house, on your windscreen you have a sticker of insurance, but you're not insured. Yeah? Because they have not been told how to verify the insurance that they get through a short code or through the QR code that is provided for in that sticker. Mr. Speaker, additionally, I think the rates, there was an increase of these rates recently, and this entire sector has not really been looked at. So I think this is an opportunity, even as a specific case that Senator Maruma has brought is looked at. The committee should not squander this inquiry, even when they bring the Insurance Regulatory Authority and different stakeholders. They should not squander this opportunity by, not expanding it to actually address the woes. Otherwise, tomorrow there'll be another one, tomorrow there'll be another one. Mr. Speaker, many of my matatu operators in Nairobi have been pushed out of business because of these claims. And because of, accidents do happen, and of course we don't wish for them to happen. The reason you insure is to make sure that in case anything happens, Mr. Speaker, you're able to be covered. Mr. Speaker, many of them are taking cover without looking at what we call insurer's interest. Mr. Speaker, insurer's interest means in the sector that for you to insure a property, whether it is a vehicle or a house, you must own it. You must have insurable interest in that sector. But people are buying it almost like, like buying bread. Of course, we want penetration to go up. Currently, this country's insurance penetration is below 6, actually below 5%. And that speaks to a lot. People don't have insurance, health insurance. The only thing that is insured is because the law will catch up with you if your car is not. But if it was up to people to decide whether to be insured or not, many of them would not. So I hope that the Committee on Finance, I think that's where it's going to, will be able to address this entire sector and help us know what government needs to do, what we need to do. If there are rogue players in the sector, they need to be dealt with according to the law. So the IRA has questions to answer, and so does Treasury. Thank you, Senator Maruma, for bringing that.
Senator Moses Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to salute my distinguished friend and colleague from Taita Taveta for bringing this statement to the floor of this House. Mr. Speaker, although the statement is a narrow one, narrowing to Mama Mary Ngina, who has not been paid the insurance, but it opens a much wider scope that whichever committee needs to look at this issue actually needs to be broad-minded and look at the issues that those who have spoken before me have spoken. Mr. Speaker, insurance in many countries is the hope and salvation of the citizens, particularly if you go to developed democracies and developed societies like Europe. In fact, funds accumulated in insurance savings are what turns the economies of those countries. Here, Mr. Speaker, insurance is synonymous with fraud, cheating, dishonesty, and all manner of things, Mr. Speaker. There was a small insurance company in this country that used to insure matatus called Access. That insurance went down with billions of unsettled claims. And it specialized in insuring matatus, Mr. Speaker. And every matatu rolling, people dying, people maimed, people disabled, went down without any compensation. Today, Mr. Speaker, as we call upon Merchant Assurance Company or AMACO to pay Meringina, I also want to ask the committee to pay attention to what is going on at NHIF, a public insurance undertaking for health. Mr. Speaker, you'll be surprised that almost 3/4 of the payments from NHIF goes to private hospitals that attend less than 15% of Kenyans who need health care. Kenyans who go to public hospitals hardly get NHIF underwriting their hospital bills. All the monies are paid to big hospitals with big names, hospitals that attend hardly 15–20% of Kenyans when they fall sick. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we want to assure Kenyans that the Kenya Kwanza government that is around the corner is going to revolutionize the manner in which public health insurance is run in this country, to the extent that we will not only make sure every single Kenyan is covered by insurance, but that the insurance provided will carry absolute responsibility in case of requirement to underwrite the needs of the insured Kenyans. We need also, Mr. Speaker, as I finish, and as Senator Mwaruma, when you prosecute your statement before the committee, we need to push, and this House has a residual responsibility to do this, to carry out a wide inquiry on the manner in which insurance business and insurance responsibilities are carried out in this country, Mr. Speaker. We have an office called Commission of Insurance or something like that. This one that used to have a fellow called Makove. What is it called? RBA or something? IRA. Apart from the name, and the name that sounds like a terrorist organization in Ireland, Mr. Speaker, they do nothing. You remember the IRA in Ireland, the kind of destruction they caused to the people of Northern Ireland. You don't hear of them. They don't supervise insurance companies. The only time you hear about them is when they're raising premiums, and nothing else. People are not paid their claims. They do nothing. At least you hear about central bank punishing banks that don't adhere to the code of behavior. IRA, Mr. Speaker, are just there consuming resources creamed from insurance companies and sporting around a name that is not very good to mention, Mr. Speaker. And we want to look at this whole profile of the insurance legal framework in the country and see how Kenyans can benefit. We want to see, Mr. Speaker, like where you come from, stock insurance, so that the banditry that goes on in your county, insurance responsibility should be available to helpless farmers. Crop insurance, you plant your maize, some storms come and ravage your farm, insurance cover is there. In countries like Zimbabwe, they have it. You have, Mr. Speaker, a fish pond with stocks of fish, a hurricane comes and breaks off your banks and all the fish is washed away, you are paid insurance. But in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, they have narrowed themselves to only motor vehicles. That is what they run for. If you have, even the police, you know, they're very happy when they come to look at your vehicle to check the sticker. They don't even care, as the distinguished senator from Nairobi has said, whether that sticker is fake or genuine. In fact, they have no capacity. They just look at it and tell you, move on. That is not how we want to run our country, Mr. Speaker, and this Jubilee government has failed. We are going to show the country how we can run this country.
Senator, what is it, Senator Faria?
I just want to remind our senior counsel that when he puts blame on Jubilee government, let him know that his core principle is the deputy president of this country. So I just wanted to remind him of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Senator Okongo Mugani?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to make a follow-up to Senator Faria and remind her that Senator Moses Wetangula is a very distinguished lawyer. When he says Jubilee government, he means the entire Jubilee government. He knows that under Article 147, we have the president and the principal assistant to the president is one William Ruto. So when he says Jubilee government has failed, he means the president plus William Ruto. And I hope that the government is talking about will not include William Ruto, because it's part of the failure he has condemned this afternoon.
What is it, Senator Wetangula?
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind Senator Farhia, my distinguished good friend and wife to my very dear friend, and the Senator for Nyamira, my distinguished learned junior, that if they have a moment, they should read a book called God's Bits of Wood by Semben Osman, where there is a lady there who is blind called Maimuna. And she says she has never quite understood how and why people with eyes don't see. Mr. Speaker, we have the de jure Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya called William Ruto. And we have the de facto Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya called Raila Amolo Odinga.
Senator Gertrude Musuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to support the statement by Senator Mwaruma, and especially on the issue of Godfrey, who died. And Honorable Speaker, when it comes to issues of insurance firms are usually very fast in making follow-ups for people to have insurances, deductions and all that. Like if your car insurance expires even tomorrow, they'll be on your neck for you to actually, reinsure your car. But when it comes to issues of indemnity, they're very slow in processing, the indemnity in order to actually indemnify those who have insured their properties and all that. And it is a sort of state that the family of Godfrey has not been indemnified, simply because I'm sure he has children and the family is going through harrowing moments because he is not there to defend himself. And so the process that the dependents are going through in order to be indemnified should be fast-tracked, Honorable Speaker. It is a very painful state and a sort of state that this insurance company is dragging its feet in compensating or indemnifying the family of Godfrey. And Honorable Speaker, I would also like to comment on another statement that Senator Mwaruma has brought on the floor of this House concerning the unfair dismissal of one person someone who was dismissed unfairly, and there's need for for an investigation to be done on the reasons as to why he was, he was dismissed. Are the reasons justifiable? Are they to do with integrity? Are they to do with employee maybe not really going by the ethics of the organization? And if it is unfair dismissal from the employer, then there's need for sustainable compensation, because, Honorable Speaker, the act of being dismissed even without notice at all renders one frustrated. And Senator Kasanga has been talking many times on the floor of this House, the reason for mental, anguish on people. And these are some of the issues that bring mental anguish on people. If you wake up one morning and you're dismissed, this is something that you have not planned. You have a family, and maybe you have taken a a long-term loan. So how do you repay? So there's need for the committee to do investigations and ensure that whatever happens should be fair, should be just, and there must be a sustainable solution to this employee who was actually dismissed, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I thank Senator Mwaruma also for bringing these issues on the floor of this House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Faria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like my brother senior counsel to listen to me, because I also want to comment. I find it a bit strange that somebody would want to take the pegs and the benefits that comes with a position, but they don't want to take the responsibility that comes with the same position. So, Mr. Speaker, every time that anybody wants to say that Jubilee government has done the XYZ, I know my president has done a great job, and he has done a good job in this country. But when people blame him, then I want the same people to take responsibility, to be part of that blame. Otherwise, the honorable thing that, if you don't want to take the blame, the honorable thing to do is to resign, so that you don't have to, you're also not entitled to the pegs that comes with that responsibility, Mr. Speaker. So I kindly advise his co-principal to communicate that message back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2020.
Senator Faria. You're moving the motion, Senator Faria.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move the motion that, pursuant to Standing Order 159, the amendments of the National Assembly to the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 28 of 2020, be now considered. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank National Assembly for doing a good job in terms of dispensing with this critical matter. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the amendment that were brought by the National Assembly, the Senate Committee of Health is okay with the amendments, and the fact that the Committee of Health has already considered this matter, and they have even tabled a report. I also wish to commend them for doing a good job. Mr. Speaker, I also want the Senate, this House, to consider voting for this bill, these amendments tomorrow, in case we are done with the debate on this matter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mental health issue is a critical matter, and Mr. Speaker, since this matter has already been considered by this House, I do not see any point in belaboring the issue around it, especially our technical committee has considered and it has come with its recommendation and they're okay with it. Mr. Speaker, I move and I ask Senator Kasanga to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kasanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Senator Fahia, for this. Mr. Speaker, I am privileged once again to stand here and speak on mental health. It's been a journey, and I'll take this opportunity as I second just to say thank you. Thank you to all the people who participated in making this bill come to life. This bill was, it had one of the widest public participation of the bills that have been to Senate. And I remember the day we did our first public participation, we were overwhelmed. The committee was overwhelmed by the number of submissions that came. And for that, I have to thank all the people out there who brought in their views and who felt their voices needed to be heard. And it was important that they be heard and they were included. I'll also take this opportunity to thank the SDG Caucus of Parliament that is headed by the Honorable Chanda of the National Assembly, because this caucus helped with trainings and introducing mental health to the National Assembly and training members of Parliament on it. And in fact, the engagements of the SDG Caucus went into the county assemblies as well, speaking on mental health, which was really wonderful. And finally, it ended up in the East African Parliament, where the deliberations of mental health were also going to start. I'll take this opportunity again to thank Dr. Frank Njenga, who is the Presidential Advisor on Mental Health. He played a very critical role of mediating between what the Ministry of Health, the Directorate of Mental Health, wanted included in the bill, and the Senate, which was myself, represented with the legal counsel. And I remember this was the beginning of when the ministry, who is the key stakeholder, came on board, and we started considering what their issues were, and they were actually taken into account when we passed this bill here in Senate. I'll also thank the Committee of Health at National Assembly. I was privy to their interactions with the bill, and they interacted with the bill, very deeply. They really internalized every clause of the bill. I remember when they were considering the amendments that the ministry wanted, how they took their time to understand every input that the Ministry of Health, the Directorate of Mental Health, wanted to be inputted into the bill. And they gave a robust debate on each and every one of the items, just to show you the depth with which they appreciate what the bill is going to do. It was the same committee of the National Assembly that pushed for the funding of Mathare National and Training Facility. As you know, Mathare is our national facility on mental health that does both training and also it's an incarceration center for people who have been incarcerated with mental health, and for a long time has been neglected. But this year, Mathare has received a funding almost to the tune of 600 million for this financial year. And for the first time, we are seeing a good facelift of Mathare. They're also rebranding. It's very good. They put out a logo competition for young people to participate in coming up with a logo for our Mathare Institute. And in fact, when I became aware of this, Mr. Speaker, I actually took a few friends of Mathare, I call them friends of Mathare, a few stakeholders who want to see Mathare being, rebranded to the facility that it should be. And we had a meeting with the management of Mathare. And we're happy what we found. We found a wonderful, nice-looking place, really brightly colored. A lot of good work is happening there. And we are saying Kenyans need to know, in as much as we know the government is going to build a new level 6 facility, referral facility for mental health, Mathare is our only one for now, and we need to embrace it and fight the stigma. So we are starting a movement called Friends of Mathare, so that we can help with the disseminating of the information of what Mathare does for Kenyans, and that Kenyans should not shudder at the name of Mathare, but rather it is a healing place, and we should look out, to go there without fear. I also want to thank the Committee of Children, Women, and Vulnerable Persons of the Forum of Parliament of the Great Lakes region. And actually, Mr. Speaker, as you know, our Speaker, Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, is the president right now of the Forum for Parliaments for ICGLR. And we were hosting the assembly. In fact, it was ending today. But this committee has had time to interact with this mental health bill. And they gave it prominence, and they gave it a platform, and I call that a continental platform, because that was the first time mental health is being discussed at the region. And it has now gone into the books of the ICGLR that here in Kenya, this is how we are handling mental health issues. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the Ugandan Parliamentary Caucus on Mental Health. Their chairperson, Honorable Jeffrey Macho, was here with his delegation. They came here to Parliament. They even toured the Parliament, and we were able to sit down and look at what the bill offers. They were coming to benchmark on matters mental health, and we took a whole morning to look into what it is that they can borrow from our bill that they can go and add into the Ugandan bill. So you can see the impact of what mental health bill has done for the region. In a very special way, as I end, I want to recognize the work of one of the clerks' team. This lady called Sombe Tona has been quite an inspiration to me. She's the legal counsel at the Health Committee, and since we started the work of mental health bill, her passion towards the work has been exemplary. Mr. Speaker, her research work into making sure we have best practice inputted in the bill, her consideration of all the stakeholder submissions, which were quite a number. Sometimes I would call on her for off-site meetings with stakeholders, and she would come. She actually went all out, beyond her call of duty, to make sure that every conversations we were having around the creation of the mental health bill and putting it together was captured. And for this, I feel she really deserves a commendation. I'll put it to the clerk that this is one officer who needs commendation, upgrading, or whatever it is that you can do, because her work was everything and beyond. And for that, I really thank her. And she was an inspiration to me. In fact, one of the officers who really kept me going was Sombe, because at times it was tough. At times we were disappointed when the bill was called a money bill and it died and it had to come back. She was very encouraging, and for that I thank her. All in all, Mr. Speaker, I request that the senators one more time vote for this bill. It's something Kenyans need. I think we have all spoken enough about mental health in this floor of the House. So this will be now the beginning of the much needed legal reforms towards the mental health in our country. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I second and I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, I propose the motion, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 159, the amendment of National Assembly to the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 28 of 2020, be now considered.
Honorable Gertrude Msulube.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second this motion, and I thank the National Assembly also for going through this bill. Because, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the intents of Senator Kasanga, the intents are very clear that she's keen about the millions of Kenyans who go through mental illness, but they're isolated, they're rejected, they're not given even an opportunity to go through the healing process. And I'm sure when this bill sees light at the end of the tunnel, we're going to arrest the many cases that come up as mental illness, because when it comes to mental illness can be prevented. admitted, it can be treated, and so this bill will ensure caring for cases of mental illness and even procedures of ensuring that people with mental illness are admitted, they are taken care of, they are treated, they are even rehabilitated so that they come back to the community. And Honorable Speaker, when it comes to mental illness, anyone can have mental illness because the causes are diverse. There's no one cause of mental illness. Even just stress to do with lives and all that, even sometimes even death of a spouse can even cause mental illness. And if it is not treated well, if the person who is bereaved is not, psychologically talked to and emotionally embraced, this can lead to mental illness. We see mental illness even among young people wanting to commit suicide because of an underlying issue that can easily be prevented, Honorable Speaker. So I want to thank the National Assembly for actually doing this consideration, and I urge them also to look at other bills that have gone to them and ensure that they fast track the bill before the House collapse. I know that there's the Kenyan Sign Language that persons with disabilities all over are waiting for to see that it sees end of the tunnel, and there's also the Persons with Disabilities Amendment Bill that Senator Mwaura also came up with. These are bills that are really being awaited for by Kenyans, and I hope that the National Assembly is going to do a lot of service by ensuring that these bills do not lapse, because the bills are very key, Honorable Speaker. Like the Kenyan Sign Language Bill, Honorable Speaker, it is the first bill ever that has even come to the floor of the Parliament with regard to the deaf. Actually, it is the first bill ever, and service should have been there by ensuring that it is fast-tracked, Honorable Speaker. This is a bill that even was in BBI, it was mentioned because of the importance that it plays, Honorable Speaker. And even the PWD bill, Honorable Speaker, needs to be fast-tracked so that the President accents to these bills and they become law in the land. And when we look at these bills, Honorable Speaker, they are close-knit with this bill of Senator Kasanga on mental illness, because they are looking at the people who are excluded, disadvantaged because of one thing or another, or in one way or another. So there's need to ensure fast tracking of these bills, Honorable Speaker, so that the hard work that has been done by our clerks, but by our legal team, does not go in vain, Honorable Speaker. I know the team of Dr. Okello is very keen about bills. When you come up with bills, they give you all the support that you need. The research team, the Senate team is always ready to do research that is needed to enrich the bill, Honorable Speaker. And even when the bill goes to public participation, Honorable Speaker, this is also something that should be considered by both houses, so that they do not drag or delay any bill, Honorable Speaker, because a lot of resources have gone in, a lot of manpower has gone in, and our team also, our legal team has also done a lot with regard to these bills, Honorable Speaker. So I actually support this motion, and I hope that the other house, our sister house, will be keen on ensuring that all the bills that are there are legislated and brought in here, so that eventually they can go to the next process of being accented to, Honorable Speaker. And sometimes, Honorable Speaker, it really disturbs me when bills go to the National Assembly and they're not fast-tracked and they stay there for so long, and sometimes there are some bills that come here, they do not take a very long time, they go to the National Assembly and they're fast-tracked. So I don't know the parameters that the National Assembly does to ensure some bills are fast-tracked and others are not fast-tracked, Honorable Speaker. So there's need for the National, our sister house, to really ensure that they're doing justice to the bills that go there, just the way we fast-track any bills that come from the National Assembly, and we ensure that we give the bills justice that the bills require, so that they do not lapse. I actually support this motion, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the proposed consideration of the amendments being forwarded from the National Assembly on the mental health bill. Before even moving further and commenting on the bill, let me start by congratulating Senator Sylvia Kasanga. When she first brought up this issue of this bill, this was among the bills that I strongly felt that should be assented to, so that we can actually also treat our brothers and sisters who suffer from mental health. And it cuts across all sectors. You know, even members of parliament, some of us, all of us go through some form of mental illness. I remember saying that. Not to the far extent that needs to be hospitalized, but some that leads to depression. I've looked at the proposed amendment by the National Assembly, and they are quite basic. I am a member of the Health Committee, and some of them is just the realignment of, you know, the terminologies, units, and stuff like that. But I think the key, most important thing, and this now I call upon my colleagues to be able to come so that we can agree to these amendments, so that at least by the end of this term, the distinguished senator from Nairobi, or Makueni, Sylvia Kasanga, can actually get her bill, having been assented into an act of law. This will help be able to streamline mental health in this country. It will also provide us with an opportunity to improve on our health facilities. If there was a time that we needed this, is now. Mr. Speaker, one of my hopes was that, you know, in every county, we can have a hospital dedicated for mental health. I know in this bill, it proposes having units in hospitals designated for mental health. I know it also talks about having medical practitioners trained fully on medical health. But I think a time will come when we will need to designate at least 47 hospitals in this country, one per county, that deals purely with mental health. With the cost of living, Mr. Speaker, going so high, you know, a lot of people are committing suicide. That's a form of mental health, you know, disorder. You know, with the fuel prices now hitting the roof, with the cost of everything across this country going up, a lot of Kenyans are going through some tough mental health challenges. So I think it is important. I know we in Azimio, you know, one of our party leader has spoken a lot about ensuring that he establish a level 5 hospital in each of the 290 constituencies or sub-counties. I think one of the things that now will take or will follow is to establish, you know, mental health facilities in the 290 constituencies or sub-counties. This is why we are pushing so hard and asking people to come and join our movement, the Azimio movement, because it will give us an opportunity to provide not only free healthcare in this country, which we did very well in this House, we passed, and I'm very proud of it, Mr. Speaker, because I'm a member of the Health Committee, played a key role in those amendments to ensure that we have, you know, affordable or rather free healthcare. And of course, with Babacare looks at the entire spectrum. It looks at mental health, it looks at your own personal health, and looks at the entire health of the country. So this bill by the distinguished senator, Senator Kasanga, will be one which will also be able to complement this, you know, level 5 and level 3 hospitals that will be built across the whole country. Mr. Speaker, I'm always very skeptical when it comes to the government policy in terms of health. I've been on record here saying that it is quite discriminatory. I hope that now, with this bill, certain things will become straight. You know, when you read the policy on health by the Ministry of Health, some areas where we come from will not even qualify to have a dispensary, Mr. Speaker. You know? And, you know, Kenyans ought to really appreciate the work that we do in this country, in this House as senators. You know, last week, we passed the allocation of, you know, the, what do you call it? Apart from the division of revenue, we passed the county grants bill, which the name was now changed into additional county allocation. And those grants are specifically designated to support healthcare facilities level 2, level 3 hospitals. Those are grants that we get. With this act now in place, if it comes in place, and I do hope that the distinguished senators from the 47 counties, at least if we can get the number required, which is 24, for us to be able to pass this and then move it fast so that the president can be able to assent to it. This will be one of the legacies. You know, the president will leave a legacy of having promoted free healthcare or affordable healthcare, or you call it universal healthcare. We hope that the next president of Kenya, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, will continue with the kind of work that the current president has done in the healthcare. So, Mr. Speaker, as I support this, I just want to remind Kenyans that this House, the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, has got amazing talent. It's got, you know, people who are professionals. The work that Sylvia Kasanga has done, you know, sometimes he actually takes us aback because you are like, hey, you know, I didn't know that, you know, people can be able to come up and really think like this. I also want to really appreciate, you know, our clerks, Dr. Christine Sagini. I also want to appreciate our legal counsel. Her name is Sombe from Taita Taveta. The amount of work and dedication, and particularly also the director of legal, Dr. Okello, for the amount of work they do. When we propose any changes to the law, or when we even have proposals to be able to better the life of these people, they sit down with you. They can call you at any time, you know, of the night to go through each and every proposal that you bring in. And the support that they gave us, Dr. Christine Sagini, may God always bless you. You know, Dr. Sombe, is it Dr. Sombe or just Ms. Sombe? Sombe is a lawyer. Attorney Sombe. The amount of work that dedication, when we go clause by clause, and Mr. Speaker, it's not always easy. Sometimes we are maybe 3 senators in a retreat, other senators on the screen. So we have about maybe 6 or 7 senators, or even 5 senators. And for us to be able to go clause by clause by clause, and one of the senators who is always very diligent, Mr. Speaker, is Senator Abdullahi. I think Dr. Abdullahi. When we pass through things, he comes back and says, okay, I was not here, I want to see. And the fact that the Secretariat are so patient, and they go through, you know, all the changes that we propose, shows a lot of dedication, agility to service. And that cannot go unrewarded. And I hope that the clerk is taking note and will be able to reward those officers for the good work that they do. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to support and again congratulate the entire team led by Architect Sylvia Kasanga for such an amazing bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Okongo Omogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I also rise in support of the motion, and I want also to join my colleague senators in thanking and applauding Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga for the effort that she has put in to come up with the Mental Health Bill Act. Mr. Speaker, I served for a while in the Health Committee, and I have no doubt that the provisions in this bill will be of great importance to a number of generations in this country. And Mr. Speaker, as we contribute to this mental health, we should also be worried about the risks our dear children are facing. You know, this era of easy access to the internet, dealing with families that are fairly able financially, which makes it very easy for our children to get access to the drugs and start abusing substance, which can expose them to serious mental health issues. So this bill, Mr. Speaker, is very timely. I always tell people that don't look at this bill as one that is meant for patients in Mathare. No. This bill is actually meant to address the challenges that is faced by the modern youthful generation. And I hope that our county governments can also come of age. You know, we devote health to our counties, but our governors, I'm sorry to say, they are still living in the old constitution. They don't appreciate the task at hand that is facing them. The resources that we send to counties, you will never miss 4x4 new vehicles. Nowadays, even directors in counties, director of departments have 4x4 vehicles from showroom. But health facilities, you go there, Mr. Speaker, even the chairs at the reception is what they inherited from the central government. You know? Yeah, so I wonder what is our priority. You know, in some states in America, if a governor gets sick, he will be admitted in the military hospital, not a private hospital. But you have cases where if a governor in Bungoma gets sick, you will find him in Nairobi hospital. Imagine, they are lifted. Now, that is one person. Out of, take a population of Nyamira with 600,000 of us, you as a governor, we have entrusted you with the resources. You are in charge of our good public hospitals. We expect to see some changes. In fact, we all should be tempted to go for medical checkups in our county hospitals because they receive more money than anybody else. How can private hospitals like Aga Khan, you know, be ahead of the county government of Nairobi in terms of the research upgrades of the hospitals? I'm told now Aga Khan, Mr. Speaker, receives 2,500 inpatients from around the region. While if you go to the records of the county government of Nairobi, it's only the lowly, the ones Senator Wetangula will call the Hustler Nation. They are the only ones who will go seeking treatment in these hospitals. I think we need to have a paradigm shift by our governors. We need to remind them that devolution, the idea behind devolution was to put smiles on the people who live in the countryside. They should receive all government services close to where they live. This is healthcare, issues of transport. If you want to borrow money from cooperatives, all these things should be readily available at the county level. So I really want to thank you, Sylvia, and I hope that we as a Senate will move with speed and have this law passed by the Senate. We send it to the other house so that Kenyans can get access to the good services that are envisaged under this particular legislation. While on it, Mr. Speaker, as a country, we also need
What is it, Senator Sylvia?
Just to inform my good friend, Senator Omogeni, that the bill has actually come back from the National Assembly, and we are considering the amendments that they had done. Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. That's even better. That's even better. So the only appeal we can make is to ensure that if this bill goes to mediation and article, there will be no mediation. We'll agree with the amendments. Good. Then that's good. That's good news, Mr. Speaker. The only point I wanted to make, Mr. Speaker, is that as a country, we have another crisis, the crisis of substance abuse and drug abuse by our children in schools. We are now at a crisis level, Mr. Speaker, and I think if I want to have a revisit of any amendment of the Constitution, we need to begin by amending Article 49 of our Constitution so that we make any offense dealing with offering drugs to students, selling drugs to students, that should not be a bailable offense. If we arrest you, if the government arrests you in the process of offering drugs to our children in school, we should have you locked up. Your case should be heard while you are behind bars. And then we make the offense to be more punitive and more serious. If you are arrested in China, Mr. Speaker, trafficking drugs, the first thing you know is that you will never be granted bail. That is a big no. You will never be granted bail. Number two, if you are found guilty and convicted, be sure that no member of your generation will never see you, because you will go in for life. But in this country, Mr. Speaker, people are arrested with the hard drugs, which they sell to children, our own children in our schools. They are arrested on Monday, on Tuesday they are out, on Wednesday they are back to the same institutions, selling the drugs to the same unsuspecting students. We need to relook at our constitution. We need to revisit Article 49. We need to make offenses dealing with the selling of hard drugs unbailable, and we need to make life imprisonment as the penalty you receive if you are found offering drugs to these young children. Because you destroy the lives of these children for life. They are at an age when they are very vulnerable. They cannot make the right decisions. They can't make the right judgment. And some of the people who engage in this business are people these children trust. The watchmen in school, the gateman in our estates there, the teachers who are teaching these children, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the people you invite maybe to your houses to stay with them. So we really need to, really as leaders, we are the people's representatives. We need to acknowledge that this is a big problem for us as a country, and we come up with the appropriate amendments to our laws so that we can respond and address this issue in a manner that will make us deal with it conclusively. So I support this motion, Mr. Speaker, and hope that we shall be able to vote for these particular legislations as soon as yesterday so that it can become a law. Thank you.
Senator Moses Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Senator Sylvia Kasanga has been on the front line of pursuing and supporting matters mental health. She brought here a bill which she promoted, I believe, on behalf of the stakeholders in the sector, which was unanimously debated and passed. And I'm quite happy that she's continued championing this interest of a forgotten substantial population of our country. Mr. Speaker, if you want to explain the neglect visited on mental patients in this country or people with mental challenges, you just have to look at Mathare Mental Hospital, the only mental facility in the country, totally derelict, completely forgotten. Nobody bothers about it. It is defined in the law as a national referral hospital. It doesn't even look like a dispensary. And people who are taken to that institution is sometimes akin to being taken to prison. I have, in the past, Mr. Speaker, assisted admission of constituents and the persons known to me to that hospital. And the stories I get after the admission are always appalling. So for this House to champion the interests of persons with mental challenges to come to national debate and to be promoted into a legal framework, including an act of parliament that will regulate and manage not only mental health practitioners, but a detailed outlay of how mental patients need to be identified, need to be treated, needed to be cared for, need to be rehabilitated, and so on and so forth is something absolutely laudable. Mr. Speaker, as society has been growing, so has been challenges to people's mental capability or disability, so to speak. You have all manner of situations transformed from internal turmoil of several individuals into full-blown mental incapacity, and sometimes being manifested in even violent behavior. And when you have a legal framework that can help, Mr. Speaker, you then have a society that has to be caring to its disadvantaged people, especially those who are incapable of managing and controlling their mental faculties. Some mental patients, Mr. Speaker, can be violent. And we need, like the Act, the bill states, a humane way in dealing with them. Sometimes you go to homesteads, Mr. Speaker, instead of persons suffering from mental problems with a propensity of violence being taken to hospitals for attention and treatment, they're tied on ropes, they're locked up in houses and fed through holes where food is just put in a window through which nobody can get out for them to eat and remain confined. And that way, Mr. Speaker, degenerates the mental health of the person even further. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, is the increasing road rage we have in this country. People are, when you see somebody, and you've seen it, Mr. Speaker, a very minor motor accident, and one of the motorists steps out with a gun and shoots the other. That's a mental patient. It can't just be that you love your car to the extent that a dent on the boot of your car would push you to come out and take away somebody's life. That's a mental problem. We have cases, Mr. Speaker, where mothers and fathers are killing their own children, poisoning their children, setting houses on fire where they have locked in their children. Instead of the law enforcement agencies and the criminal justice system very quickly rushing to, of course, it's important that when a homicide or a crime is committed, one would expect an arrest, an investigation, and a prosecution where necessary. But it's absolutely important, Mr. Speaker, to have a situation like we do in homicide cases, where you are charged with murder, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter how sane you look. The High Court will require that your mental capability is assessed before you stand trial, and a report from a certified mental health practitioner is furnished to the court to say that so-and-so is fit to stand trial for the charge of murder. A situation like that obtains in many other situations, arson, Mr. Speaker, assaults, and so on. We have lots of cases, Mr. Speaker, where you find a son, and you see this in the media daily, where a young man rapes his mother or his sister. That surely can't just be a sexual urge. That is a mental problem. And we need in every hospital in this country. Because, Mr. Speaker, if today you go to any of these hospitals and you are diagnosed with a mental problem, there is no immediate even first aid because they have got no facilities, they have got no personnel. You will find a GP or a nurse or a dresser, and all they will say is that we can't find any problem with this person, and release you back to go and terrorize society. You are mentally sick, but they tell you we can't find any problem with you. Obviously, they can't find any problem with you because they are not trained to find a problem that is mental. So we want, Mr. Speaker, to see that every county, at least we want to salute the developments in the health sector because whatever they are, some of them are just by name, but almost every county today has a county referral hospital, where referrals from health centers, from dispensaries, sub-county hospitals are made for further treatment and for specialized attention. I would want for a start, Mr. Speaker, to see that each county referral hospital has a full-fledged mental wing with full mental health personnel at doctor's level who can be able to attend to cases of mental problems when they occur. And there are many, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes people do very bizarre things in the countryside, in the cities, and we laugh them off, but they're actually products of mental disorder. How on earth can somebody wake up, Mr. Speaker, and get hold of a child sired by yourself and go and drop it in a septic tank, or go and drop it in a shallow well in the homestead, or lock the door of a house and set it on fire? And when you eventually find out, you hear that the father and the mother quarreled, so the mother got disappointed and killed the children. And yet we know, Mr. Speaker, that the human instinct, in fact the animal instinct, is that the female species of any animal, whether it's a wild animal or a domestic animal or a human being, because we're all animal species, Mr. Speaker, have very caring instincts for their offsprings. You'll never see, Mr. Speaker, and where you come from, you are herders, you'll never see a cow turn on its calf and kill it. That is an animal instinct. In fact, you'll see, even when you go to the wildlife sanctuaries, you'll see when a huge herd of buffaloes are moving, the calves are in the middle, being protected from predators like hyenas, lions, cheetahs, leopards, and others. Those are human and animal instincts that are the same. Whether you are, wherever you are, there is always the instinct to protect your offspring. And when you see a mother or a father turn against their own offspring, that is a mental problem. We have, Mr. Speaker, these speeding motorists. I have said many times, Mr. Speaker, for the last couple of years, that we may need to introduce in this country, in fact, now it's not a question of may, we should introduce in this country, persons who go for tests to be drivers, especially those driving public vehicles on public roads, must also undergo mental check. Because how do you explain, Mr. Speaker, somebody driving a bus with 60 passengers and driving it in such a reckless and uncaring manner into a ravine and killing everybody, including himself? This is a mental patient, Mr. Speaker. But we don't quite appreciate this. We have, in the villages, in the old days, a mental patient or a person with a mental problem is characterized as a person who walks naked, a person who shouts on a market, a person who is violent. There are so many manifestations of mental health, Mr. Speaker, that we need to have proper attention to training of mental health personnel at certificate level, at diploma level, at degree level, at postgraduate level, so that we can be able to see and help society. Some of the leaders you see making very bizarre decisions from public offices, people occupying offices of responsibility and making reckless, inexplicable, and bizarre decisions, Mr. Speaker. These are mental patients. But because they are not tested, they find their way through elections sometimes or through appointments, because when you apply for a job as a PS or as whatever, there is no provision that you must produce a mental fitness certificate. So we have all manner of characters, well connected politically, with mental problems, occupying very high offices, mistreating everybody who comes their way, and we think this is a person with a bad character. It is not a person with a bad character, it's a mental patient, Mr. Speaker. And we need to deal with these issues. And there are many of them, in whatever level. Even in these houses of parliament, Mr. Speaker, I see elected people behaving in a very bizarre manner. People behaving as if they carry nobody's responsibility. Yet they are elected to carry the responsibility of the people who elected them. Those are mental patients, Mr. Speaker. And we need to have all these things addressed so that we can improve our society. We can make things work, Mr. Speaker. You know, in developed societies, Mr. Speaker, and Kenya is rapidly getting there, people should volunteer to go for mental checkups. But here, Mr. Speaker, if you, even somebody who is visibly mad, if you tell them that they should go for psychiatric tests and checkup, they'll turn on you because they are so mad that they don't believe they are. Because it's a norm. People live that way, Mr. Speaker. Fist fights everywhere, abuses everywhere, and so on and so forth. So I want to salute Sylvia Kasanga. And again, Mr. Speaker, we need the executive to take this matter very, very seriously. Look at the chaos we see in our management of our public transport system, Mr. Speaker. Everywhere you go, there is very, very unhealthy competition, people shouting themselves hoarse, everybody's angry with everybody, everybody's in a state of rage and stupor. These are mental problems, Mr. Speaker. But we don't see this because we have not lived to a level where we start appreciating that the manner in which this person behaves is not consistent with expected human behavior. We are recruiting young people to the police, Mr. Speaker, to the army. You just hear that they quarreled over a girlfriend and one shot the other and shot the woman as well. That's a mental patient, Mr. Speaker. I don't think there is any woman that will be so devastating in attraction to a man that because he's talking to another man, you take a gun and shoot him. Those are mental patients, Mr. Speaker. So we need even the young people we're recruiting into our armed forces because, Mr. Speaker, for society to trust you enough to give you a loaded gun to walk around with without abusing it, we must be absolutely satisfied that this young person, this young boy or young girl, that we have given an arm that is loaded, can be able to use it responsibly for the defense and protection of society. We must first test them and know that they have the capacity and the capability and the restraint to carry that weapon. That's why, Mr. Speaker, these days you see so-and-so was shot, dead. You asked what happened. They were drinking in a bar, an argument ensued. He walked to his car, picked a gun, came and shot the other. That's a mental patient, Mr. Speaker. But we don't realize this. That is why we should now upgrade ourselves. Even as we go to elections, I wish we had a requirement that these fellows jostling to hold public office through elections are also mentally tested, because some of them are visibly insane. But we have no requirement in law, Mr. Speaker, that leads us to that. We used to have, Mr. Speaker, in our legal practice, some judge who was extremely insane. In fact, we used to call him Judge so-and-so gone mad. And you would walk into his chamber. You are a lawyer going to present your client's case. As you step in the chamber, he starts shouting and abusing you and chases you away. He was a white man, Mr. Speaker. He was a mental patient, but because he was white, we don't even appreciate that white men can also be mentally ill. So people just sit quietly waiting until the fellow is retired. Yet the law says if you have mental infirmity or incapacity, you should be relieved of your duties through a tribunal. Nobody set up a tribunal. The fellow remained mad on the bench until he retired, mistreating everybody in sight. That, Mr. Speaker, is the situation we have all gone through. And this bill and this new law gives us a window. One, Mr. Speaker, to develop Mathare Mental Hospital into a proper national referral mental hospital. We need, Mr. Speaker, a mental hospital wing in each county referral hospital. Where possible, Mr. Speaker, in a major county like Nairobi, in all the major suburbs where there are big hospitals, Mama Lucy, Shalom, I don't know what, all these big hospitals, we need to have an active mental wing that can deal with all these cases of inexplicable public rage that is we see all over, Mr. Speaker. I see sometimes, Mr. Speaker, there's a young man just walking up and down, harassing motorists at every roundabout, and people laugh. That's a mental patient, Mr. Speaker. We should take him to Mathare for checkup and treatment. But we are so used to it, we think it's a norm. It's not a norm at all. It's an abnormality that we must deal with. Let me end, Mr. Speaker, by urging that our counties that handle over 90% of medical requirement in the country must live to their billing and take serious attention to mental health in Kenya, because it is actually getting to a crisis because we are not paying enough attention to it, Mr. Speaker. If we don't do that, Mr. Speaker, you will soon have, because in our country, Mr. Speaker, there are so many young people, especially those in positions of responsibility like members of parliament. You see each one of them with a gun protruding on his waist. And his mental capacity has not been tested. What will stop him, Mr. Speaker, from losing an argument against you and shooting you? It is very possible, because it has happened in many situations before. Even the licensing authority that is giving guns to private individuals, we should test people properly and establish that you have sufficient mental restraint, Mr. Speaker, to carry a gun and never be tempted to use it unless you are completely under threat of your own life. Otherwise, how can you, Mr. Speaker, in a drinking bar, lose an argument and use a gun? That is not a threat to your life. And it can never be interpreted as such, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is good. We support it, and we want it to be ascended to quickly so that we see that the benefits out of the industry of Sylvia Kasanga and the sector are translated into active benefits to our society, so that we can be able to treat, to diagnose, and to rehabilitate mental patients into productive citizens of this country. Thank you, Mr.
Senator Mary Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to salute my colleague, Senator Sylvia Kasanga, for the very good efforts she has put in this field, and the much commitment she has taken upon herself to make sure that by the time we are leaving this house, we have a legal framework on how to handle mental health. Mr. Speaker, I was only wishing that by the time this bill is going to be assented to by the President, Sylvia Kasanga will have another chance to serve in this house so that she can push through this house for the implementation committee, if it is going to be there in the next parliament, to make sure that they have pushed the implementation of this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a very timely bill. This is an important bill not only to our county governments, but also an important bill which will go a long way in improving the infrastructure in our counties and also in the national hospitals, level 5 hospitals, to be able to handle this issue of mental health. Mr. Speaker, you even at times wonder, why do we have to have one mental hospital? Why do we have to take all patients from all corners of this country to Mathare National Hospital? Why do we have to torture these patients who are already in need of a particular kind of attention, from bringing them all the way from their counties to one hospital that is not even equipped to a level to be able to attend these kind of patients. Mr. Speaker, it's high time that we have units in all our county referral hospitals that can be able to handle these patients. And not only handling them, but we also need qualified personnel, trained personnel who can be able to handle these patients. We also need to have well-equipped diagnosis departments which can easily attend these patients. The moment they are being diagnosed, they can easily be taken to the hospital and also be attended by a qualified personnel so that they can receive or they can be provided a service that they will need. Mr. Speaker, as my other colleagues have already said, the discrimination against these patients has even tortured more of them to an extent that many of them lose their lives. Because at times, some of them are handled in a very cruel manner. Some of them are not even attended to. Some of them are even given drugs that are supposed to be given to them. And some of them are even at times being mistreated. And some of them are disowned by their own families and relatives because of the nature of the mental situation they are in. So I think what we may need as this House is to give this bill an express authority to go through, and I urge that the President assent to it, and also urge this House to also make sure that we come and follow the implementation of the bill to the extent that it is going to assist the patients that Sylvia Kasanga has the very good intention to assist. I support this bill.
Thank you. There being no any other request, I call upon the mover to reply.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. And first and foremost, I wish to thank Senator Sylvia Kasanga for not only moving this bill and sponsoring it, but also for following up diligently through to the National Assembly to ensuring that this bill comes back very quickly with the amendments and following through. That's a very difficult process for most of the senators, and for the National Assembly to have good amendments that is acceptable to the Senate, I think I also want to congratulate them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to thank Senator Musuruve for contributing to the bill. She gave her views, so passionately in terms of people who are living with mental issues. I also want to thank Senator Ulekina as well for also supporting the bill. Senior Counsel Omugeni for discussing people who are, giving drugs to minors should be, punished to life sentence. Senator Wetangula as well for pointing out the fact that there are so many people with mental illness in this country, and Senator Mary Senator for also articulating the fact that there needs to be much more diagnostic centers that can diagnose people with mental health. And Mr. Speaker, I also wish to thank the National Assembly for prioritizing this bill, because after the COVID, with also this, challenges with the economy in terms of the Russia crisis, challenges with the economy because of the COVID pandemic that we are recovering, but we are yet to recover, and then followed by the Russia, the crisis of Ukraine and Russia in terms of the oil prices skyrocketing and prices increasing as a result. So there are so many people who are, in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, as well, county governments are also adding to mental health issues because of pending bills. There are so many pending bills in the counties, people who have borrowed money, delivered services to the counties, and they're yet to be paid, Mr. Speaker, and some of them were also even had just enough to go by, and they lose all their money, and then they have to repay loans, and the monies are owed by the county government. So that also results in a lot of mental issues, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to request senators to pass this bill as fast as possible so that this bill can be enacted. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you very much.
Honorable Senators, this motion does not concern counties, so it will be a voice vote. Honorable Senators, I put the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 159, the amendment of the National Assembly to the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 28 of 2020, be now considered. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, I want to defer order number 9 up to order number 20. Next order.
Order number 21, the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bills number 68 of 2019, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Sugar Bill, National Bills number 68 of 2019 now be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the bill was published on 2nd October 2019, passed by the National Assembly and referred to Senate on 29th of November 2021. The principal object of this bill is to reinstate the Sugar Act, which was repealed through the enactment of the Crops Act of 2013. The enactment of the bill shall restore the roles of the Kenya Sugar Board, currently granted to the Sugar Directorate of the Agriculture and Food Authority, established under the Agriculture and Food Authority Act 2013. Mr. Speaker, as honorable senators are aware that the sugar sector is one of the most important agricultural sectors in Western Nyanza and coastal provinces, the status and the importance of sugar as a source of livelihood and viable economic concern has been under threat from the various changes and factors in the sugar industry and the country as a whole. Since 2013, ineffective stewardship of the sugar industry by the Agriculture and Food Authority has contributed to the following: non-payment of sugar farmers by the sugar companies, increased cost of sugar production, declining acreage under the sugar, lack of markets for the sugar, failure to control import and export of the sugar, poor management of sugar companies, and lack of research and development initiatives. Mr. Speaker, with all these challenges, you can understand why the sugar sector is facing a lot of challenges. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of Kenya Sugar Board, the Sugar Development Levy, and the Sugar Development Fund shall address these challenges. For this reason, the importance of the bill cannot be overstated. Mr. Speaker, specifically the bill proposes the following. Let me start with part 1 of the bill. Clause 1 to 2 of the bill contains preliminary provisions. Mr. Speaker, part 2, clauses 3 to 17 of the bill contains provisions on the establishment of powers and functions of the Sugar Board. Mr. Speaker, part 3, clauses 18 to 22 of the bill contains provisions on licensing and registration of sugar and jaggery millers. Mr. Speaker, the part 4 of the bill, clauses 23 to 28 of the bill contains provisions of the establishment of Sugar Research Institute. Part 5 of the bill, clauses 29 to 32 of the bill contains provisions of appointment of crop inspectors. Mr. Speaker, part 6, clauses 33 to 39 of the bill contains financial provisions. Specifically, Clause 33 establishes Sugar Development Fund into which the levy is to be paid in addition to monies granted to or voted into the fund by the National Assembly. Additionally, Clause 34 specifically establishes the Sugar Development Levy to be paid at a rate as specified by the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters related to agriculture by the order in the Gazette. Mr. Speaker, Part 7, which contains clauses 40 to 47 of the bill, contains provisions of establishment of Sugar Arbitration Tribunal. Specifically, Clause 41 elaborates the jurisdiction of the tribunal. Mr. Speaker, Clause 8, Part 8, which is Clause 48 to 56 of the bill, contains miscellaneous provisions. Part 9, which is Clause 57 of the bill, contains provisions of delegated power. Specifically, the clauses delegated legislation power to the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to agriculture to make regulations for better carrying out into the effect of the provision of the bill. Mr. Speaker, if those provisions are not specified in any bill, what normally happens is, ministries can take forever to enact those regulations, which stops the actualization process for the bill to be, operationalized. So delegated legislation is very important. Mr. Speaker, Part 10 of the bill, clauses 58 to 59, contains consequential amendments to the Food Authority Act and the Crop Authority Act. The reason why that is important is that now that these functions has been separated from the Agriculture and Food Authority, it is important that the relevant amendments are done so that this Sugar Board now becomes an independent body that can undertake the work as required, and so that the board can function effectively without interference from the board, since there are a couple of provisions that are provided under those two acts. Mr. Speaker, Part 11 of the bill contains savings and transitional provisions. Specifically, the bill states that the pensions of staff under the Provident Fund of the Agriculture and Food Authority, sugar directors, shall be vested in the Kenya Sugar Board. Mr. Speaker, it is important to ensure that there is, once the bill divorces the other one, in terms of the sectors, then it's important that the staff who are provided for in this other sector move to there is a transition that makes the responsibilities also move in terms of pension, in terms of benefits, in terms of whatever other legal requirement that is pertains to the same. needs to move to the sugar now that the directory will no longer be under the Food and Agriculture Authority. Mr. Speaker, then there's first schedule contains provisions of delineation of sugar catchment areas. Second schedule contains provisions of conduct of business and affairs of the board. Third schedule contains guidelines for agreement between parties in the sugar industry. Fourth schedule contains provisions of meetings and procedures in the tribunal. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to state that the bill does not limit any fundamental rights or freedom. The bill delegates legislative powers to the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters related to agriculture to make regulation for the better carrying out the effect of its provisions. I therefore urge honorable senators to consider and pass this bill, which is an instrument to the provision of regulatory framework for the sugar industry for the purpose of supervision and oversight of the sugar sector for the benefit of cane farmers and country at large. Mr. Speaker, there are some regions that have earlier been stated that depend on sugar. There are farmers who grow those sugar, and then there is also need, for food security in this country. We don't need, there are a lot of, other than sugar being consumed as sugar in raw, there are also other byproducts that are used for manufacturing and other uses, and all those are important for the running of this economy. This bill, if passed by the Senate, will also enhance not only the food security of those sectors, but in terms of also saving us a lot of import costs. Because truth be told, we import a lot of sugar into this country. While if there was a sector that was focused in terms of the sugar industry, then that would have taken care of that. The sugar needs of this country would be taken care of, not only for the domestic use, but in terms of the industrial use. So in terms of the Jubilee government manifesto, there is manufacturing part of it, and there is food security part of it. This bill addresses the same in one bill. So I think the importance of this bill cannot be overemphasized. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request Senator Architect Sylvia Kasanga to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Sylvia Kasanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. As I second this bill, I have to own up that I have just picked it up right now from the clerk's desk, so I was just perusing through it to understand it. And I have to say, I can see clearly that it's the regulation of the sugar sector that comes into the fore of this bill to provide for the development, regulation, and promotion of the sugar industry. And, without a doubt, Mr. Speaker, the conversations around the sugar sector in this country has been something that is very alive. Through these 5 years of this government, it has been, discussed here severally. We've listened to some of the senators who come from these regions. I wish they were here to speak to this. They have decried, the continuous lack of attention given to this sugar sector over the years. And we have seen the losses that it has caused to the communities who would otherwise be dependent on it. So I think it's a step in the right direction when you see the government, trying to put some order to promote this sector by putting this bill together. I've seen even from the definitions and the way they have defined the various issues like the mill gates and the miller and the outgrower, even the refined sugar has now been given, a clear definition, and even sugar itself has been given these definitions. And I think this is really good, so that we can begin to understand, even for us who don't come from these sectors, we have to understand also what the people from these sectors are going through. I can see the functions of the board. That one comes out very clearly. And in fact, what I've highlighted here, amongst other things, of course, especially monitoring the domestic market with a view to identifying and advising the government and interested party on any distortions in the sugar market. I think that is a very big positive, because we see what happens most of the time, sugar pricing, or sometimes hoarding that we are not sure about, what causes such distortions. It would be good now that we have somebody looking out to advise government on why such distortions then would happen and how to mitigate upon them. And then I like the idea of course, to facilitate arbitration of disputes amongst interested parties. Mr. Speaker, I'm a dispute resolver. If you remember, I have actually sponsored a bill on dispute resolutions, alternative dispute resolution. So it's good when I see provisions of dispute resolutions factored into bills in every sector, because it is not all the time we have to run to court. Our courts are already, already encumbered with a backlog of cases. So when I see dispute resolution mechanisms put in bills in different sectors like this, I celebrate that. It's an expansion of the work of the board, but it's a good thing, because then things can be resolved faster in this manner and people can get back to work without losing a lot of money. The board also will facilitate an equitable mechanism for the pricing of sugarcane and appropriation of those proceeds from the disposal of the byproducts of the sugar production between millers and growers as stipulated in the guidelines. Again, this is a fantastic provision, because as always, there's always challenges when it comes to sharing of benefits. So when those formulas those equitable mechanisms then are defined by the board, then that is a wonderful thing. Then for the county governments, of course, county governments are devolved functions, so the county governments also have a lot of roles to play, and those are very well defined in this bill, which I think is a beautiful thing. And I like the offer that, under 5B, that the county government shall offer and coordinate extension services on sugar production and milling in the respective counties. I was just in a panel not so long ago where we were discussing about how to upscale agriculture production and food production in this country. And somebody just made a comment and asked, when is the last time you saw an extension officer in your backyard coming to give advice to farmers on, on various issues, on how to till the land or get the soil to be healthy, or how to avoid, tiring your soil with a lot of pesticides and insecticides and those things. I like that this has been put here so that it can be, something that is definite and that will be dealt with, going forward. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the bill, I've seen the composition of the board, and that is in order. I don't have much to comment about that. I've seen the licensing and registration, and I like the provision under section 22, that a person who contravenes, and this is about importation of sugar. This section 20 is about sugar importation, and it gives, the criteria on the person who imports sugar, what they have to do before the importation of the sugar. And I think that's a really good thing, that you provide the evidence of the sugar that you intend to import if it is not available in the local market, provide a sample of the same sugar, a pre-import verification certificate from the country of origin, obtain a pre-import approval from the board. I think we've read enough stories about, where importations that are not quite clear. Where does the sugar come from, or how did it arrive, or why did it come, and things like those. It's interesting to see now that the bill prescribes the methodologies towards importation, and of course justifications towards why then you should import. And I've seen that a person, in the next clause there, that a person who contravenes this section commits an offense and shall on conviction be liable to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years or a fine not exceeding 10 million. And I think that is a good thing. I wish actually there would be a stiffer sentence on the imprisonment, because we've seen what sugar, when people play games with our sugar and deny our local market, we see what that does to our people. It actually denies them their own livelihoods. So I think I would have preferred a stiffer sentence, probably even both, pay the fine and still go to jail for a considerable period, so that we can deter any games that somebody may want to play when it comes to the sugar industry. The industrial sugar production has also been given, a lot of quite clear mandate. Then under part 4, there is the establishment of the Research Institute, always a positive. Research is a big deal. Research and development is a must when it comes to food production. Anything food production, agriculture, actually anything, any industry, there has to be efforts towards research and development. And these need to be funded and they need to be deliberate. And because times are changing, and we are also looking to how do we upscale our farmers as well. How do we move from small scale production into large scale production? What are the crops then that should be grown in this day and age? What kind of fertilizers should our farmers then be using in the face of climate change? And all those factors require constant research and development as we move on, and as we grow this for our own market. So I like that this has been put in here with a deliberate effort towards research and development, and quite a bit of detail given towards by the bill towards the establishment of this institute, because I've seen the functions of the institute are described, as well as the management of the institute are described, and all the other functions are put in very well there. Then we have a section, part 5, which is talking about appointment of crop inspectors. So this is quite comprehensive, because these are qualified persons to be crop inspectors for the purposes of this particular act, which is the sugar bill. So again, it looks like what they're looking at is somebody who understands the crop, probably part of the research work of the crop, and therefore is appointed into the institute, to do the work. And that's really interesting and very comprehensive, I must say. Then there are, of course, the financial provisions of the bill and other miscellaneous provisions of the bill. So, and of course, there is an arbitration tribunal, the establishment under Part 7, the establishment of the Sugar Arbitration Tribunal. That's really comprehensive, and that's very good, Mr. Speaker. Like I had said earlier, any efforts towards putting, entrenching, and mainstreaming dispute resolution is always a good thing. We need to be careful with, whether we want formal arbitrations or we want mediations. Those are some of the things, maybe as we look into the detail of the bill, we can look at the easier methods of dispute resolution as we understand them, so that we can resolve issues faster. Or we give several options of dispute resolutions mechanisms in which they can be employed depending on the complexity of the matter that then has been brought forward. But it's a good attempt to mainstream dispute resolution, so that, like I said earlier, not to rush to court all the time when we know how long court cases take to resolve because of the backlog of our courts. So all in all, Mr. Speaker, as I second this bill, I want to appreciate the depth in which the issues have been put under this bill, and to appreciate that it's our country, and sugar has been a critical part of the livelihood of a good section of our citizens of this country, and it must be given the support that it requires. And over above giving it support, we have to protect it, as a resource of our own. We never meet the needs of our local sugar, the needs of, the demand for sugar in the country, and therefore the need to protect what is produced as our own. In the theme of Buy Kenya and Build Kenya, we must protect this industry as much as possible. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you, and I second.
Honorable Senators, I put the question, which is that, Honorable Senators, I propose the question, which is that the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2019, be read a second time.
Senator Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, at this critical period of our campaign, I've stuck here because of this bill. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is very important. I represent a constituency or a county that is one of the major sugar growing and production areas of Kenya. Sugar production, Mr. Speaker, is the mainstay of close to 16 million livelihoods in this country, directly and indirectly. The whole of Western region, right from West Pokot down to the Tanzania border, and Kihanja, Migori, Transmara, Kericho, Nandi, parts of Uasin Gishu, are sugar growing. Mr. Speaker, at the coast, Kwale County is also a sugar production county, with Ramisi, one of the oldest factories in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, in about, I think, 2012, we made a near-fatal mistake in the sugar industry. All the specialized agricultural laws were repealed and collapsed into the AFA Act, thinking that we were going to make things better. In fact, we made things worse. The Sugar Board that was running the sugar industry and the Sugar Act then was repealed. To date, Mr. Speaker, nobody has explained to the people of Kenya where the close to 19 billion farmers' money that was in the Sugar Development Levy Fund at the time of the repeal of the Act went. This is money that critically supported the continuing improvement, the regeneration, and the refurbishment of factories and support to farming activities in the industry. That money is nowhere, and in the usual Kenyan style, everybody says it wasn't me when you ask them. Mr. Speaker, the most important provision in this whole bill is the re-establishment of the Sugar Board that is going to regulate and help in management and bring order in the sector. Mr. Speaker, since the repeal of the Sugar Act, we've had players in the sector run completely amok and rogue. Nobody to bring sanity to the sector. Farmers were abandoned and left on their own. Millers went completely rogue, dealing with farmers in any manner they wish, paying them whatever they wish and at the time they wish, with nobody to protect the farmers. Our grower organizations were literally run out of town and have kept shouting at a government that doesn't listen. The Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, even when you listen to the minister, he has been so preoccupied with non-core issues of his ministry. He has become a political activist, a campaign manager, and doing all manner of things except running the Ministry of Agriculture, under which many, many structures, including the sugar sector, falls. I want to salute the chair of the Committee of Agriculture in this House, the distinguished Senator for Embu, Senator Peter Ndwiga, who invited me into a meeting when they were listening to views from some of the stakeholders, particularly farmers' representatives, and we had a very, very productive engagement that would help in a very positive way in bringing order and, above all, benefits to farmers in this sector. Mr. Speaker, the lack of sugar board that used to make timely interventions in terms of extending credits to sugar millers, to outgrow organizations, as and when they were having financial stress, has seen the death of Mumias Sugar Company. Mumias Sugar, Mr. Speaker, was the jewel of rural industrial investment and success in Kenya and in this region. In fact, Mr. Speaker, many times Mumias Sugar, when it was under the management of Booker Tet International, was always referred to as a success story in the entire Commonwealth. Today, Mr. Speaker, Mumias is a ruin. The nucleus of Mumias, our ancestral land, is now a free-for-all grazing ground, and you find villagers quarreling on who grazes where on what was otherwise a premier production land. Down, Mr. Speaker, Mumias went with thousands of jobs and millions of livelihoods indirect. It is now derelict. When the Kenya Kwanza government comes in place, we will revive it and give the people of Western region their jewel back. We have Nzoia, Mr. Speaker, in Bungoma, that is on life support for the last many years. You can't get intervention because the sugar development levy, in which farmers and millers' money was put, including money levied from sugar importers, is unavailable. They cannot constantly get money for routine maintenance, for upgrading their fleet, for buying plowing tractors for the outgrower organization MOCO and NOCO. They cannot provide alternative cheap transport for farmers to transport their cane from the farms to the factories, and they cannot realize the dream of farm gate weighing of their produce so that the farmer can pass the risk to the miller at the farm gate. All this, Mr. Speaker, is because we have, for the last 10 years, been in a legal wilderness with no legal framework to manage this sector. So the return of the Sugar Board, Mr. Speaker, I have little issues with the membership, but I want to point out to Senator Farhia that sugar is in the agricultural sector, which is almost 100% devolved. And if you are putting on the Sugar Board a principal secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, and that's the PS Agriculture, it is equally important that you do not just say that there will be a person nominated by the Council of Governors who is knowledgeable in extension services, but we have an equivalent of a PS who is a chief officer in one of the sugar production counties probably agreed upon by the Council of Governors that if one serves from Bungoma this term, the next one can serve from Migori, the third one can serve from Narok, on a rotational basis, so that when you have the PS that will help formulate policy that is friendly to sugar production, the counties should also have an equivalent mirrored in the board that will also bring special attention from counties on what kind of synergy need to be pulled together between the counties and the national government to improve the sector. So I would want to urge that Article Clause 6, 1E, we don't just say vaguely that a person nominated by the Council of Governors. They could very well nominate a person who has absolutely no interest, who doesn't even live in the region that produce sugar, and who will not carry sufficient responsibility, because the Council of Governors has sectoral groupings of CECs of particular sectors and chief officers of particular sectors. So when you have one of those, Mr. Speaker, then there will be a more reasonable direct representation of the county interests, because the bill also gives room for counties to play a role, because this is a devolved function. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the bill is dealing with issues that really touch on the farmer. The board will deal, Mr. Speaker, with non-payment of farmers by public companies, and I want to encourage that we should not only focus on public companies. Private companies need regulation even more, because they are more profit-driven than even public companies, and are likely to shortchange and suppress the farmer in the hunt for profits more than even public companies. So that when you are talking of payment for farmers' raw materials, which is cane to the factories, the Sugar Board should set minimum expectations of the farmer and leave it for the farmer and the millers to negotiate upwards, so that the farmer is not suppressed below a certain break-even line in terms of cost of the tonnage of cane, because costs of production vary from time to time, Mr. Speaker, and we need also a provision in this bill on how to cushion the farmer. For example, Mr. Speaker, last year a bag of fertilizer, that's a critical component in sugar production in terms of cane development and growth, was costing 2,800. Today, this irresponsible Jubilee government has brought the cost of fertilizer from 2,800 last year to now 6,800. Now, when fertilizer is costing that much, Mr. Speaker, and of course, as usual, the current Jubilee government can hear no evil, see no evil, do no evil. They're just there, like the proverbial baboons in the cartoon series, covering their ears and mouth and eyes so that they see, hear, or say nothing. The farmer suffers, Mr. Speaker. Is there a disco take in the parliament, Mr. Speaker? That must be Nairobian campaigners. Mr. Speaker, you will find that when now the level of cost of fertilizer hits that high, who will save the farmer? Who will cushion the farmer? It means, Mr. Speaker, that the farmer is now left at the vagaries of the millers. Some millers, Mr. Speaker, in a fit of magnanimity and generosity, advance fertilizer to the farmers. And you'll find the unscrupulous ones, Mr. Speaker, who advanced fertilizer to the farmers when it was costing 2,800, will now start billing the farmer the 6,800 because that is the price now. The regulator must be able to deal with this. But in the long run, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the Ken farmers that the Kenya Kwanza government that is coming into power in the next 4 months will never allow such reckless management of the sector and will never allow such runaway prices in such a critical sector for such a critical commodity. Because, Mr. Speaker, when prices rise to that level, a responsible government will create a subsidy and cushion the farmer and absorb the excess. In any case, Mr. Speaker, this hogwash of telling Kenyans that it's because of the war in Ukraine that fertilizer has shot to that level is absolutely nonsensical, because it is not true. We know it as such. Mr. Speaker, you represent farmers, you know it, that we get our fertilizer largely from petrochemical companies in the Middle East, not even in Ukraine. So we cannot be told that the war in Ukraine is responsible for the quadruple price growth in the fertilizer prices. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, is how the board can be empowered to control imports. Like somebody has said repeatedly, Mr. Speaker, I think is the Member of Parliament for Mumias East, Washali, that Mumias is dead. Nzoia is in HDU. Muhoroni is virtually dead. So is Miwani. Chemili is in HDU. Sony is in HDU. But at no time do you see any shortage of sugar on our shelves, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because of criminal cartels in government, in cahoots with business people who import sugar, and it has been in their interest to orchestrate and preside over the mismanagement and the death of these industries. And the death, Mr. Speaker, of these industries has brought untold suffering to millions of Kenyans. Workers have gone without now employment, they have gone home. Those who retired, no pensions are forthcoming. People who educated their children for working in these industrial setups can no longer take their children to school. And the chain of misery, Mr. Speaker, is endless. And yet, we have a government at two levels, at the county levels and at the national level. And I can see my distinguished colleague Farhia, when you apportion blame to the county government, it's like music to her ears. I'm sure if it was to the national government, she will be behaving like she's being electrocuted on her chair, jumping up to raise points of order to interrupt me.
What is it, Senator Faria?
I just want to let my senior counsel that agriculture is fully devolved. So that is why it is important to elect a governor who can make a difference to the lives of the people, not trying to apportion blame on the national government while the national government has sent money to the county government to ensure that agriculture and health are fully devolved function and that they are supposed to deliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And another issue is around the petroleum in terms of the prices. If the prices of petroleum go high, the byproduct of those commodities also will go high. So I just want him to also know that that is how economics works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Senator Kaja?
Mr. Speaker, is Senator Faria in order to mislead the House? I think she's the one who moved this bill. She's talking about national authorities dealing with this sector. The Kenya Sugar Board is a national authority. What led to the collapse AFA is a national authority. It is not devolved. And that fact that in as much as it's devolved, the policy, the power to make policies in the 4th schedule on agriculture is still national. What is ailing our farmers is implementation of that policy. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not accurate to say that we should blame governors entirely for what has happened in agriculture. I know Senator Faria needs to keep showing defense, but there's some things which are indefensible. The point has been made. We know her to be very loyal to where she is, but let her not then now degenerate and tell us things which are not practical. The problem is our policy, and that is what has actually ailed the sector. And this bill is seeking to undo the terrible policy errors and misadventures, as my distinguished uncle would say, that this government has been putting in place, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Senator Wetangula.
Thank you, my distinguished nephew. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the bill that she moved, if you look at the composition of the Sugar Board, which is a national organ, there is only one representative from the entire 47 counties. The rest are your representatives, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, of course, we forgive the distinguished lady. She's an accountant and has never interacted with sugar production, either at the primary or secondary level. So that is also a factor. Mr. Speaker, we want, Mr. Speaker, to also appreciate what the bill means by bringing in something called inspectors. 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. Part 5. Part 5, Mr. Speaker, and Senator Faria should be taking notes because she must improve this bill. They say appointment of crop inspectors. But when you read, Mr. Speaker, through clause 29, there is barely any reference to crop inspection. The clause says the board may, not even mandatory, may appoint qualified persons to be crop inspectors for the purpose of this act. What do? The board will make regulations prescribing the qualifications for appointment as a crop inspector. Then an inspector or any person duly authorized in writing in that behalf by the board may, at all reasonable times and upon production of such authority to any person so requesting, enter any land or building occupied by the holder of a license issued under this act or a person registered under this act. Mr. Speaker, what will be a crop inspector doing entering a building? Because there are no crops in buildings, particularly sugarcane. It doesn't make much sense. I know it's not your bill, Senator Faria, but you should find out what the bill proposition intends to cover. Mr. Speaker, may I have more time? At least 10 minutes?
Take 5.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, and my distinguished nephew will, I'm sure, buttress this. If you are a crop inspector, why would you be given authority to enter a building? Especially for a crop that is not grown in greenhouses. If it was a flower or floriculture, you can say they can enter greenhouses. But this is, in fact, in many jurisdictions, sugarcane is grown on plantations, not even small holders. And then this inspector is supposed to make such inspection and inquiries as the person may deem necessary for ascertaining whether the provision of this act or the terms and conditions of the respective license are being complied with. It doesn't make much sense, Senator Faria, and you'll have to, Mr. Speaker, look at this and tell us what it means, and may require any person found thereon to give such information as the person may require. Information about what? Because you are a crop inspector. You go to somebody's house and you require information. You are not telling what information they are requiring. And then You say for the purpose of this act, the inspector may, at any reasonable time, end upon any land, premises, or vehicle. What would he be doing in a vehicle? Because unless you are talking of transportation trucks, transporting cane, and so on and so forth. So I find that out of place, and it needs to be looked at. Mr. Speaker, the most important part in this bill, apart from establishing the board, is the establishment of the Kenya Sugar Research Institute. Mr. Speaker, if we don't embrace science and research and development, then we are unlikely to grow this sector. In places like Mauritius, Mr. Speaker, in the Caribbean, you'll find, Mr. Speaker, in Jamaica, in the Bahamas, in Puerto Rico, they have developed cane varieties, Mr. Speaker, that mature at 11, 12, 13 months. Our cane crop in Kenya is still maturing at the age of 24 at the very minimum months. That means that the farmer cannot get proper benefits. And remember, Mr. Speaker, if you have 20 acres of your land and you have put it all under cane, it means you do not have anything left for regular food production. You'll have no banana, you'll have no potato, you'll have no sukuma wiki, you'll have no tomatoes, you'll have nothing. You can't grow maize. It means that your turnover from this crop must be in real record time for you to be able to have money in your pocket, pesa mfukoni of Kenya Kwanza, Mr. Speaker. You must have pesa mfukoni to feed your family, to go and buy a banana bunch from your neighbor, buy a sack of potatoes from your neighbor, so that the chain of money movement in society works that way, Mr. Speaker. But if you are putting your 20 acres under cane for 36 months, sometimes it goes up to that long before they harvest, how will you have pesa mfukoni, Mr. Speaker? So our bottom-up economic structure will put serious emphasis on this research so that we have early maturing varieties with proper sucrose content. Mr. Speaker, you can have a lot of cane with no sucrose content. It means when you take the factory, there's hardly any sugar coming out of it. Or you have a very big farm and you harvest, and the weight of your cane because of the variety is nil, and you are being paid in terms of weight, the tonnage. So we need to have proper research so that the sucrose content, the maturity period, the weight of the cane that will benefit the farmer. The weight benefits the farmer, the sucrose content benefits the miller. And at the end, everybody's win-win, Mr. Speaker. So we would want to see a proper research. And in this regard, Mr. Speaker, the money for Sugar Research Institute should not be limited to be coming from the Sugar Development Levy alone. The national government must invest in research, serious research, Mr. Speaker, not only in sugar, in potato production, in maize production, in soybean production, in beans production, in rice production, in everything, Mr. Speaker, so that we can be self-sufficient in food production, food distribution, and access food to every Kenyan, so that Kenyans can be of good nutrition and good health as is required under our Constitution. So research is very key, Mr. Speaker, and we need to have. In fact, Mr. Speaker, and my distinguished nephew can buttress this, in many jurisdictions, this kind of research would be probably married to or collaborative with a university that is oriented in agricultural teaching like Egerton or JKUCAT. This is Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology that was started by our late friend, Professor Shwani. Research is academic, Mr. Speaker. Another 2 minutes?
2 minutes and it's fine.
Okay. Research is academic, Mr. Speaker. So you'll find, Mr. Speaker, like the old Sugar Research Center, they put up a research center, they're funding it from Sugar Development Levy, and they have put there a director who knows nothing about research. Research, Mr. Speaker, is dynamic. is continuous. People must be able to develop, to innovate, and bring new crops and new varieties into the sector. So we want, Mr. Speaker, to encourage that the bill allows the Sugar Research Institute and the Sugar Board to twin with a university with a high capacity of agricultural orientation. And in this regard, Mr. Speaker, we can think of Egerton and J.K. Ewart. These are your institutions, Mr. Speaker, that have or ought to have developed serious research capacity that can be, in fact, be contracted to carry out continuing research to improve the sector. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, because of time, I want to encourage that the passage of this bill brings new joy and a smile on the face of farmers. But I don't agree, Mr. Speaker, in a provision in this bill that the passage of this bill will make the new sugar board inherit ongoing cases against AFA. Mr. Speaker, this retrospective application of the law is in fact unconstitutional, and Senator Faria, you need to look at that as well in Part 5. We cannot say in your transitional clauses that all pending proceedings and claims relating to the sugar industry currently handled by AFA will be passed on to Kenya Sugar Board. That is unlawful, in fact unconstitutional. You can't do that. You cannot take responsibility for something that happened when you are not a legal person. And there's no legal person today called Kenya Sugar Board to inherit court proceedings. Whatever is there, we should have a provision that transitionally, AFA will deal with all pending claims, issues, and court proceedings until they are determined before they go into extinction. Yes. So this must be done, Mr. Speaker. I wish you a good iftar. I'm sure that's what you are rushing to. Mr. Speaker, with all this, I could speak to this bill for an hour plus, but our standing orders don't allow. I want us to pass this bill and improve the status and the state of cane farming in Kenya, and firmly deal with criminal cartels that import sugar to kill this industry that has a sustenance of livelihoods of close to 15 million Kenyans, running from Pokot down to the Tanzanian border up to the coast, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support the bill.
Senator Gertrude Msuruve. Order, Senator. Order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to give my contributions. And it is a good opportunity, Honorable Speaker, because I come from the sugarcane growing area. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, many years back, when I was teaching at Mumias School for the Deaf, and also some secondary schools in Mumias, I remember very well that quite a number of children that I was teaching, most of their parents were sugarcane farmers, and as a result of sugarcane, they were actually able to go to school because their parents were able to get fees, their parents were able to maintain them, the parents were able to even meet the basic needs, Honorable Speaker. And that time, sugarcane farming was a very noble, career, Honorable Speaker, if I may put it, simply because things were very straightforward, that cane farmers were getting benefit from, from their work. But, and also, Honorable Speaker, during that time, there was a school that was doing very well in Mumias called Buka Academy. It was owned by the sugar company, and you find that they even had a swimming pool, and the kind of lifestyle that was there. The school was really, really equipped, and most parents wanted their children to go to that school because the company was able to support the children. And also, I remember, Honorable Speaker, that very many people were rushing to buy shares of, Mumia's company and many other sugar company because the dividends, the bonuses were very high, Honorable Speaker. But as time came by, there was a lot of malpractices, a lot of corruption, and that led into dwindling of the company and discouragement of farmers, Honorable Speaker, because I remember some farmers even asserting that they will not continue growing sugarcane simply because it was very expensive and it did not have any returns, Honorable Speaker, because a farmer would grow cane for about 3 years, and after waiting for 3 years, the returns were very minimal, Honorable Speaker. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the sugar companies, the sugar sector, the sugar industry has faced a lot of challenges, challenges to do with agronomic, challenges to do with technology, challenges to do with, policy limitation, challenges to do with management. There have been management issues, Honorable Speaker, that actually brought down most sugar factories, most sugar companies, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I think this bill is coming at the very right time to ensure regulation of the sugar industry, Honorable Speaker, because when you look at sugar, it is a source of employment to very many people. And apart from being a source of employment to very many people, it also helps in, the economic, increasing the economy of the country in terms of the GDP, Honorable Speaker. And apart from even employing people, Honorable Speaker, even when sugar is exported, then it means that it becomes an economic gain to the country, Honorable Speaker. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that this bill is coming in handily, and some of the core issues that are coming out in this bill is, development of the industry, and apart from development of the industry, regulation of the sugar industry. And I think regulation is very important, Honorable Speaker, because if an industry or an organization is going on without proper regulation, then it may not go very far, Honorable Speaker. And another core issue that this bill seeks to do is to promote sugar industry, Honorable Speaker, and even promoting the sugar industry is very important. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the board, the sugar board, I think the sugar board comes in handily to ensure that there's regulation, to ensure that there's efficiency, to ensure that there's accountability in the sugar industry, Honorable Speaker. Because when you look at the fall of the sugar industries, you'll find that when it comes to accountability, there are accountability issues, there are audit queries, and all that. But if the board comes on board, then it means, Honorable Speaker, then the board will have powers to ensure that any malpractice is brought on board and it is addressed, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill also talks about, arbitration when it comes to the sugar growers. Arbitration, if there's any dispute between the sugar growers, the outgrowers, and also the millers. Many times, Honorable Speaker, there have been very many issues to do with the sugarcane growers and also the outgrowers and the millers. Just to give an example, Honorable Speaker, there are cases when growers, I remember in the past when I was a secondary school teacher, and I decided somebody talked about leasing, some sugarcane farm. And I actually bought the idea of leasing, but after leasing, Honorable Speaker, I realized that the amount of money that I paid the grower, Honorable Speaker, is the loan that he actually was owing the company. So when it came to harvesting and all that, I did not get anything. I was told that the money the grower had, the the money that the grower had was equivalent to, what I had actually taken as, a contract to lease his farm. So, and the Honorable Speaker, in such a situation, there was no one to arbitrate, no one to go to, Honorable Speaker. And I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, and I say on the floor of this House, there are so many malpractices when it comes to sugar industry, when it comes to the growers, when it comes to the outgrowers and all that. So this bill will actually sort out some of the malpractices that go on, some of the disputes that go on, Honorable Speaker, in the sugar industry, so that the sugar industry becomes a noble industry, Honorable Speaker, because there's a win-win situation in the sugar industry. If it is streamlined and it does well, Honorable Speaker, it has a lot of gains for this country, Honorable Speaker, in terms of employment, in terms of agriculture. And Honorable Speaker, I'm happy that the county government comes in, because when the county government comes in, Honorable Speaker, it is well-meaning because agriculture is devolved in this country. And we must be alive to the fact that Kenya is one of the countries that actually signed the Maputo Declaration that asserted that 15% of the national revenue will go to agriculture, Honorable Speaker. And when it comes to agriculture, Honorable Speaker, agriculture is fully devolved. And since it is fully devolved, it is just the honors of county governments to ensure that they're bringing sobriety in this industry, Honorable Speaker. And why am I talking about sobriety, Honorable Speaker? When it comes to issue of sugarcane farmers, first of all, sugarcane farmers must be identified. And then, Honorable Speaker, when there are any outgrowers, they need to be licensed, Honorable Speaker. When there are any millers, Honorable Speaker, or jaggery owners, Honorable Speaker, they need to be licensed, Honorable Speaker. And when it comes to licensing, Honorable Speaker, there need to even have a documentation, an invoice, a documentation, an inventory of the millers, maybe in the county governments, especially in the sugar belt areas, where there is an inventory for those who are growing the cane, and apart from the inventory, they should be identified and known, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one thing that comes out in this bill that I think is a plus is that there are conditions that are given to the growers, Honorable Speaker. That when it comes to the cane, they must ensure that they are using the best seed. And apart from using the best seed, Honorable Speaker, they must ensure that the outcome is quality, Honorable Speaker. And when we are talking of quality, Honorable Speaker, then it means that the farmer, Honorable Speaker, is obligated to ensure that there are no weeds in the farm, Honorable Speaker, so that the yields are heavy, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this obligation is very important because the farmer himself will be mandated to take care of the farm until the very end, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I'm also happy that the bill is also talking about obligations of the outgrower. But when it comes to transport, the outgrower must ensure that the transport is there to take the feeds under the cane, Honorable Speaker. And apart from the transport, Honorable Speaker, then also the bill talks about obligation of the county government, that the county government must ensure that the roads are accessible, Honorable Speaker. I come from Lugari, Honorable Speaker, and on my way as I traverse, Lugari going to Kakamega town, Honorable Speaker, and passing all those, middle areas, you find that when it comes to transport, it is really terrible and pathetic, Honorable Speaker. Sometimes you find tractors, the tractors are just stuck on the road, Honorable Speaker, that they're not moving, that they're not in good condition, and so it affects even school children when they're going to school, Honorable Speaker, and also, road users, Honorable Speaker. So it is just well-meaning, and I'm happy that the bill says very clearly that the county government is accountable. It must ensure that the roads are accessible. It must ensure, the Honorable Speaker, that everything is in play, Honorable Speaker. And even, Honorable Speaker, overseeing how the industry is going on, overseeing how the cane is going on, is very important, Honorable Speaker, so that the yields eventually come out well, Honorable Speaker. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that this bill is timely, and this bill will ensure that when the cane industry revives, it will be revived, and it will also be revived, it will be sustainable, Honorable Speaker. Because sometimes industries are revived, but it's not sustainable. But now that the county government is involved, then this should be sustainable, Honorable Speaker. And I want to caution also, Honorable Speaker, county executives from the sugar growing area. They should know that it is their honors to ensure that they streamline this industry, Honorable Honorable Speaker, because this industry is a boon to the counties, Honorable Speaker. One of the key issues they must know is that when it comes to cane farming, it is a big employer. It is a big employer to the youths. It is a big employer to the farmer. It is a big employer even to those people who are working, Honorable Speaker, in the factories. Because when it comes to cane farming, and the benefit of it is that it employs all cadre of people, as in very educated and even not educated, Honorable Speaker. We have sweepers who benefit, Honorable Speaker. We have those who package the sugar that benefit, Honorable Speaker. We have those who do the analysis, Honorable Speaker, also benefiting. And Honorable Speaker, even as we talk about the sugar industry, there's need to talk about the role of universities, Honorable Speaker, in agriculture. This is something that we cannot wish away, Honorable Speaker, because universities come out clearly to do research, Honorable Speaker. And that is when even sugar industries should even collaborate with universities so that we have master students who are attached to the factories and do research, Honorable Speaker, to see how to make the yields better, Honorable Speaker, and even to investigate some insects that, invest on crops and cause poor results, Honorable Speaker. So there's need for affiliated universities, and I know Jomo Kenyatta University, Honorable Speaker, where I was as a lecturer, is very good when it comes to issues of food, issues of agriculture, issues of nutrition, and they take it as a priority, Honorable Speaker. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, collaboration with such like universities will be a boon to the sugar industry, Honorable Speaker. And even when it comes to students being attached there, especially master students and PhD students who are supposed to do an in-depth analysis of the gap areas in the society or the gap areas in a sector, can come out handily to ensure, Honorable Speaker, that they're making even the sector richer, Honorable Speaker, because we have to enrich our industry. We have to ensure that sugar is coming up once more and coming out strongly, Honorable Speaker. We must arrest a situation, Honorable Speaker, where Kenya is importing sugar, Honorable Speaker. We cannot think of importing sugar. We should not continue importing sugar when we have the human capital, Honorable Speaker. And human capital is very important, Honorable Speaker. We cannot think of continuing to import sugar, Honorable Speaker, when we have land. Land is a factor of production. And we have all factors of production, Honorable Speaker. We have the land that is needed here in Kenya. We have also another factor of production, that is labor that we have in Kenya, Honorable Speaker. And the labor is just readily available, Honorable Speaker. So there's need for the government to just come up and scale up and ensure that it is encouraging the sugar farmers to continue farming. The government needs to ensure that it is actually reviving the sugar industry. The government must ensure that it is sending the amount needed to the counties, especially in the sugar belt areas, to ensure that there's enough money to revive the sugar industry, Honorable Speaker. And even when the money is sent there, Honorable Speaker, there's need for county executives to ensure that even in the yearly budget, Honorable Speaker, they are factoring in the issue of agriculture, the issue of enriching the sugar factory, and they should also, Honorable Speaker, even be accountable even to the Senate and even say what they're doing. They need to give also returns even to the Senate, just to say what they're doing about agriculture, because agriculture is one of the big four agenda, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we are talking about food security. We cannot talk about food security if you're not protecting our farmers. We cannot talk about food security if you're not facilitating our farmers. We cannot talk about food security if you're not helping our farmers, Honorable Speaker. It is our honor as a government to ensure that even when it comes to fertilizer, there's subsidized fertilizer for sugarcane farming, Honorable Speaker. There's subsidized, prices even for the crop, for the seedlings, Honorable Speaker. And even when we talk about subsidized fertilizer, it should not be for sugar only, even for maize and other major crops that are grown in this country, Honorable Speaker. We have a duty as a Senate to ensure that we are supporting our farmers, because Senate is about devolution. And when it comes to farming, farming is highly devolved, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I second this, I support this bill, and I hope that this bill is going to see the light at the end of the tunnel, Honorable Speaker, because Kenya is an agricultural country, so that we stand out when it comes to agriculture. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I support.
Finally, Senator Johnson Sakaja.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is timely It was first published in 2019. Actually, it is late. It is not timely. And passed on the 11th of November, 2021 in the National Assembly. And that is why it is here. Mr. Speaker, something needs to be done about, and I'll speak generally. I see I have a short while. I'll speak generally first about the agricultural sector and the food sector, and then now focus on sugar. Mr. Speaker, we're staring at a problem in our country, and the problem of a mismanaged agricultural sector. The problem of the mismanaged agricultural sector manifests itself in a number of ways. Number one, the first way it manifests itself is the cost of food has gone up terribly. Number two, it manifests itself in the fact that our biggest income earner as a country is not agriculture. Our biggest income earner, Mr. Speaker, is the export of titanium, followed then by, our foreign earner is remittances from Kenyans abroad. We are not producing enough. And of course, the third sign of a terribly run agricultural sector is the fact that while Kenyans are busy in agriculture, our levels of poverty have gone up. Agriculture contributes 56% to our GDP, but produces less than 5% of revenue. That gap alone shows you as an economist that there's a value gap that is missing in this sector, because it should be almost half if managed well, because a lot of it goes through the cracks. Your farmers in Laikipia have done their farming, they have their cabbages or whatnot, they put them in a truck, somebody buys it in Marikiti. That will never show up anywhere in our books in terms of revenue, but it's gross domestic, it's GDP, it is activity going on. Mr. Speaker, today, a common Kenyan who used to pay 120 shillings for a 2 kg packet of wheat flour is paying 185 shillings, close to 200. The common Kenyan, and the sad thing is in Kenya, the price is the same for you and for the beggar. There's no subsidy. So let me not say Kenya, any Kenyan to buy what we call, in Nairobi we call it salad, the oil, the liquid oil, has moved from 250 shillings to 400 shillings, 250 to 400. Bread has moved from 45 shillings to 60 shillings, Mr. Speaker. Rice has moved from 70 shillings per kg to 100 shillings. Maize flour from 90 shillings to 120 shillings. Even salt for the first time has gone up. Milk has gone up from 40 to 60, but incomes have not gone up. There is a huge crisis looming. This in itself is a crisis, but it is going to get worse. Currently, as we speak, there is a shortage of milk in our country. There is actually a shortage of milk. There's going to be a food shortage because fertilizer has gone to 6,000, and the subsidy program being proposed is that you have to be registered with NCPB. Mr. Speaker, how many farmers are registered with NCPB? If you look at the amount of maize we produce, 36 million bags, they only take 3 million. Not all farmers produce to sell to NCPB. So if you're only giving fertilizer to those farmers, what do you expect the majority to actually do? There is something terribly wrong with our system. And let me give you a very clear example of how it is affecting livelihoods today in my county of Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, I have many ladies, and even gentlemen these days, who are in what we call the chapati industry. So they buy a packet of wheat flour, oil, and whatever ingredients. They make chapatis and they sell them to the hustlers in Mjengo, to those who are in the Juakali industry, for at least 30 shillings. And what is to happen is this. Before, the total cost would be around 15 shillings to produce those 25 chapatis. One packet of maize flour, wheat flour, produces 25 chapatis. That packet was 115 shillings. The oil was 250 shillings. Charcoal is 100 shillings. Labor, you'll say, okay, around 100 shillings as well. And then miscellaneous, the salt, what they're paying to have their stand there, etc., another 100. So it comes to 615 If you sell those 25 chapatis at 30 shillings, you make 750 shillings, you have a profit. Today, that same packet is 200 shillings, the oil is 400 shillings, the charcoal is still 100, the labor is 100, miscellaneous is 100, meaning to produce those 25 chapatis, it is 900 shillings. How much will you sell chapati madondo, in quotes, Mr. Speaker, to make a profit? Will you sell one chapati at 50 shillings? Because it's costing you 900 shillings. Mr. Speaker, I know, and I'm just trying to be practical. That's just one example. I know so many. There's one line in Mukuru where there were 15 of them who are doing that, producing and selling and selling. 9 of them, 14 have closed. Only one is left, and I don't know what they're doing. Maybe it is like a hobby to them now, because they're making no profit at all. Mr. Speaker, that person who was buying that food has not had an increment in their salary, in their allowance. Can you think of a person in Mjengo buying a chapati for 50 shillings? Honestly. One. And one is not enough because of the kind of work they do. We need to seriously rethink agriculture in our country. We seriously, and I'm glad this bill is one of those that is undoing the terrible policy misadventure that was there through AFA, by first focusing on the sugar sector. We've done something in this house, at least on tea. There's what is going on with coffee. But in this sugar industry and many other industries, we are staring at a crisis. Now, these prices, because I've studied it and I was on a call a few weeks ago with one of the leading global consultancy groups, McKinsey. And the forecasting now, because of the crisis there, because, Mr. Speaker, we actually import 70% of our wheat, from Ukraine and Russia. The potassium, the potash for fertilizer, also the bulk of it comes from there. Mr. Speaker, if we have not done what we call a basic commodity subsidy law, then we will have done a disservice to Kenyans. Because that oil that is at 400 now, from 250, is going to go to 600 in the next 3 weeks. And we will be here, we'll talk about it. Unless that subsidy is done. Now, Mr. Speaker, you and I possibly could afford. But the bulk of Kenyans cannot. Now, remember that person I said who cannot buy that chapati, that person in Mjengo, his job is also at stake. Because cement has gone from 600, it was 500, 650, now it is close to 1,000 shillings, Mr. Speaker. So we need to think really, as a government, that now we are focused on politics. Everybody there, even that Minister for Agriculture is talking about politics. The Minister for Devolution, who comes from Trans Nzoia, agriculture core of this country, was saying that fertilizer has gone down. People asked him, do you live in Mars? The bread basket, you're from Trans Nzoia, Kitale, and you're saying that the government has reduced fertilizer to 2,000. Mr. Speaker, government is aloof on these things. And we as the representatives of the people must speak about them. Mr. Speaker, coming now to this bill on sugar. Sugar is a cause of poverty in a large part of the western part of Kenya. And I know it because, Mr. Speaker, I have roots in that area. If you look at this bill, it talks about the catchment area. Even on at our home in Kitale, we have some acreage under sugar. And I've been convincing people there that we are wasting time with this thing. Because, Mr. Speaker, you become just a cashier. You just put in money, then you wait. By the time you get, you're just paying debts. Yet people in other parts of the country, maize and sugar has caused poverty in Western. And we have some of the most fertile land. In your part of the country, people are bright. You're doing horticulture. You're doing, on a smaller acreage, people are billionaires. In Western, people have land and are poor. And we must change our thinking. That today, you can import sugar, a packet. It has come from Brazil. It has been processed, it has been produced, it has been packaged, it has gone on the ship, it has come to Mombasa, it has paid its taxes, it is put on a truck and comes to the gate of Mumia Sugar, and it is cheaper than the one you're getting from the factory right there. then there's a problem. And we must talk to it radically. Many politicians are afraid of telling the people that, you know, yes, we'll try to do these things, but is this really profitable? I remember at a time when His Excellency, the Deputy President, William Ruto, told farmers to get into avocado, and they almost lynched him. But now it is our green gold. Everyone is now getting into avocado farming. I have a neighbor who's doing 800 acres now. And he's just importing, he's just minting. Because we are stuck in our minds because of traditional crops that we used to do. So, Mr. Speaker, while that is something that needs to change in terms of our thinking and our outlook, and we must be creative and face the future boldly by making changes, this law, Mr. Speaker, will help us to an extent in the sugar areas. Mr. Speaker, the first thing, and I just to buttress what Senator Wetangula said, because he said I would do it, there needs to be that connection between research and production. And let's even leave Egerton. Let us talk about the universities in that area. Masinde Muliro, Kibabi, and whatnot must have that research in terms of this sugar research institute that is proposed, must be set up and domiciled, Mr. Speaker, in those universities. Number two, it is good that there's going to be a board, but let us not go back to the cartel that was there. Such that the people who are involved in the board are also the importers. And I'm glad that they've brought now some bird's eye view when it comes to that board, because of those who are involved in sitting at the setting that is going to determine imports and when they're imported. Because you create an artificial shortage. We know people, I will not mention their names, some have been governors, etc. But we know people who, while they have been in charge of sugar, they're also the ones profiting by importing and repackaging. Mr. Speaker, it is criminal. I was with a friend of mine who's never been to that part of the country. And he said, what do people complain about? There are so many good roads. But I told him, you're seeing this road, look at the people. You can see poverty in people's faces. You can see mud houses, grass thatched, next to tarmac. That tells you poverty. You will not see that in other parts of the country. That just speaks about poverty. And you know, it's really a big shame on these people. So I'm glad that the board shall ensure that there's a bird's eye view from the sugar industry, from the, those who are actually, the farmers, etc., on the importation of sugar. So when you say that we're opening this window for this quantity and this amount, it is clear that it's not just a way to bankroll. Mr. Speaker, we need to really look at where is the best and most, appropriate, I'm lacking the exact word, the best, the optimal conditions for you to grow so that you have the best sucrose content, the highest yield, and resistance to crop diseases. Unless we do that, we're going to be in a vicious cycle in this industry. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the arbitration tribunal, it needs to completely be devolved. We cannot have the arbitration tribunal only in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. This tribunal needs to be devolved into the areas where these farmers, the poor farmers who, unless they're in those cooperatives, cannot find a way to access this tribunal, can actually have their disputes listened to. And Mr. Speaker, additionally, because I'm seeing time is going and I want to contribute until I finish, we need to make sure that the composition, because in as much as it's devolved, a lot of this is national government, but the composition, and I hope we can bring amendments, put more effort into county governments, because this is happening within those counties. We've seen the politics that has come in, and I would want us to divorce politics from the discussion on sugar. Mr. Speaker, this is livelihood issues.
Senator Sakaja, when this motion comes back on the order paper, you'll have a balance of 6 minutes. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30, time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Thursday, 7th April, 2022 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you.